Well, they did remove the Council of Nicaea from the original Bible. A lot of people haven't read those parts of the Bible.
You're saying there's a book called the Council of Nicaea?
Yeah.
There's not no book called the Council of Nicaea.
It's not a whole book, but there was a council called the Council of Nicaea that manipulated the original Bible.
What did they change?
I don't know.
Why are you talking about stuff that you haven't really looked into?
My point is that the Quran hasn't been manipulated by a council. It's been consistent the whole time. A lot of people haven't read Council of Nicaea. They did remove the Council of Nicaea. Council of Nicaea. A lot of people haven't read it.
There's a book called the Council of Nicaea?
Yeah.
There's not no book called the Council of Nicaea.
It's not a whole book, but it's...
Sneeko's complete ignorance about Christianity and Islam doesn't stop him from constantly talking about Christianity and Islam. On the contrary, his ignorance made him the perfect target for dawah. A dawah-gandist looks at Sneeko the same way Andrew Tate looks at a beautiful girl on Instagram. Oh look, here's someone I can manipulate into joining my sex cult and helping me get more followers. Dawah is what jihadis do when they're too weak to fight. When they're not in a position to violently subjugate people, they lie to people in order to keep them in a state of ignorance until the jihadi community is strong enough to fight. The myth of one Quran has been spreading for a few decades now. For most of Islamic history, Muslims understood that there were different Qurans. But eventually, Muslim scholars and dawah-gandists realized that they could impress people by lying.
And here we go. Those are the people we're going to be talking about today, the people who were targeted by Dawahists in order to pull them into the fold of Islam, and they were influential people throughout history, and we'll be focusing on why they converted. Was it some sort of spiritual awakening, or was it more likely something else that really drove them to this? Again, thank you to Sal for that music. If you guys want to check out the rest of that music, because that's only half of the song there, you'll have to go check it out on his channel. And make sure to go subscribe and let him know I sent you on over there, because he's got a lot of epic music there. So that is our topic for today. The influential people who have converted to Islam. Does this mean that there's something actually there? Or is this just a bit of a fad going on? Something popular to do. Make sure you like and subscribe. And I am joined today by a special guest. Joey, welcome.
I'm special.
You're the special guest. Since we're talking about culture, and let's be honest, I am not an expert in culture. I've never been an expert in culture. In fact, I kind of take a little bit of pride in that I didn't get swallowed up by just the decay of culture around me. You, on the other hand, are a bit more of an expert in this than I am, although I'm aware that you're not an expert in Islam. I'll definitely cover that side of it, but you'll take it from the cultural end, if I am correct. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in trying to understand what's going on in culture, specifically so that we as Christians can better figure out what the questions that people have are, and then how to answer them within the context of their own language or culture. So I think that this will be very interesting. We'll try to figure out what's going on culturally, and I'm then curious how you understand how that relates to it being influential in Islam. So
there's a lot of crossover. Surprise. We'll find out as we go through these characters. Now, you're going to be one of the speakers at the upcoming Seek and Share Truth conference at the end of July. So I figured I would introduce you to everyone in my community prior to that. So you get you hit the ground running, right?
that sounds good to me.
Sounds good to him. I'm throwing him into the deep end. He doesn't understand he is going to the sharks. That would be naughty.
Get on.
Don't eat him alive too much. Well, let's go ahead and dive on in with our sort of overview of this. Now, again, we'll cover some of the people. We've got 5 examples that we'll be going through, historical examples such as Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X. We also have more recent ones such as Sneeko and Tate we'll be talking about. So we'll dive in, see what their reasons are for converting, and see if they actually hold up with the actual sources, and then talk about the cultural impact. Because again, if big cultural people who have big followings that follow them blindly convert to Islam, then some of their fan base definitely will hook, line, and sinker. At least that's my analysis. Joey, do you agree?
I guess we'll watch these clips and see what happens.
Yeah, we'll find out. So we'll go ahead and start off with the oldest one back in history. We'll start off with Malcolm X. So Malcolm X was born, he was raised in a bit of a rough environment, plagued by poverty and crime, eventually ended up in prison where he encountered the teachings of the Nation of Islam, an Islamic cult that promotes black supremacy and is also a bit of a terrorist group in the end. But after his release in 1952, Malcolm X became a prominent speaker for the Nation of Islam, even influencing a young man by the name of Muhammad Ali, which wasn't his name at the time, but that's what everyone knows him as, and we'll cover him later. Eventually converted to Sunni Islam, the most common that's out there, and then he started advocating for racial unity, human rights, and global peace. So let's see what happens. I got the video from his letters from Hajj to go over. So we'll see what he actually has to say and see if it lines up with the sources. So far, do you want to add anything, Joey?
I guess one of my questions is how relevant is the Nation of Islam today?
It's waned a bit, but it's still there. It's still active. To my understanding, not as big as it once was, but it's still there. It's still popular, and it plays a pretty big role in a lot of these early converts' lives.
Why do you think that they're not as relevant as they were 50 years ago, 60 years ago?
That I cannot answer.
Okay.
I really don't know. I think it's mostly due to internal strife. I know that they've had a lot of internal problems between the people, and it kind of stagnated. It was a fast-growing cult early on, definitely with racism being one of their cornerstones, and then it started dying off. So let's go ahead and take a look at what he has to say. Again, this is Malcolm X's letter from Hajj.
Never have I witnessed such sincere hospitality and overwhelming spirit of true brotherhood as it is practiced by the people of all colors and races here in the ancient Holy Land, the home of Abraham, Muhammad, and all the other prophets of the Holy Scriptures. For the past week, I have been utterly speechless and spellbound by the graciousness I see displayed all around me by people of all colors. I have been blessed to visit the holy city of Mecca. I have made my 7 circuits around the Kaaba, led by a young mutawaf named Muhammad.
A bit of an issue with the 7 rotations. Now, I know that you're not 100% familiar with Islam. Are you aware of the Kaaba?
Nope.
Okay, see that big black little box there? That is the Kaaba, which is in Mecca. It is a Muslim-only city, so Muslims are only allowed there. And they walk around in a circle around this big black box with a big black stone in the corner, and they bow down and worship it. This is exactly what the pagans did before Muhammad, and he just continued the tradition. It's very interesting. He's also talking about all this unity between them, because again, if you look at the Sunni Shia split, there's not too much unity between those two, and definitely whenever it comes to the Sunni and the Nation of Islam, there's a big divide there as well. So I know he's saying, Malcolm X is saying about all this unity between all these races. He is seeing well, that only matters if you actually apply to the same school of thought and the same followers.
Isn't in this context, isn't he really talking about Black unity here and like Black brotherhood more so than multicultural?
Well,
Like
that's
is
what he started off as, and then he went into this, and now he's talking about multicultural. He's talking about all these other races, they're all united, and they're all together. Well, yes, as long as they're the same flavor of Islam, okay, you'd have some unity there. There's still not complete unity, but there's some unity there, at least on the surface level. But you get some Sunni and some Shia together, and whoever's in power will kill the other one. That has been the tradition throughout the entire history. So let's go ahead and continue here with his. Yep, I got a comment. There's no unity between Shias and Sunnis. Nope. But Malcolm X is trying to, and this was early on before we actually had access to the Muslim sources. So of course people are just going to believe what he saw, and he's just going to believe whatever he's been told and whatever he's been taught. He's just going to be. It's all. Islam is an authority-based religion. You do not question. Your job's not to question. Your job's just to submit.
I drank water from the well of Zamzam. I ran 7 times back and forth between the hills of Mount Safa and Marwa.
Another pagan tradition set up beforehand again.
I have prayed in the ancient city of Mina, and I have prayed on Mount Arafah. There were tens of thousands of pilgrims from all over the world. They were of all colors, from blue-eyed blondes to black-skinned Africans. But we were all participating in the same ritual.
And now they are throwing rocks at a wall. Joey, do you know why they're throwing rocks at a wall?
No.
To try to chase away the devil. So they're actually throwing rocks at the devil. They just happen to be hitting this special wall behind it.
Okay.
No paganism here.
Displaying a spirit of unity and brotherhood that my experiences in America had led me to believe never could exist between the white and the non-white. America needs to understand Islam, because this is the one religion that erases from its society the race problem. Throughout my travels in the Muslim world, I have met, talked to, and even eaten with people who in America would have been considered white.
So he's saying, well, hey, it's all the same. Islam just annihilates any sort of racism, right? Annihilates it. Is that correct?
What was the Nation of Islam's answer to racism during that time?
Kill the white man.
Oh,
It's black superiority. It's the blacks are the chosen race. It's very similar to, there's a lot of parallels to my understanding between that and Black Hebrew Israelites. It's sort of the same sort of culture unity concept. There you go. You see a comment there?
yeah.
So, yep, there you went.
Because it looks like, I'm just looking at some of the info, like Nation of Islam tried to promote self-reliance, economic independence, clean living, and Black superiority and racial separation. So it sounds like part of what was going on culturally was actually starting to give the Black community answers to the racism questions that they faced at the time.
That's what they claimed. It didn't work that way in actual application. It
Why?
sounds good on the surface, and that's their selling points. But once you're in, you're in. And it gets pretty rough. So his whole thing is, hey, we're all the same. Well, does that hold true in the sources? Not really. When you look at Islam, you need to look at Muhammad as being the ideal, because he is held up. He is the code of conduct according to the Quran. He is the one that every Muslim man should be like. So let's see what he had to say about the black man, because after all, Muhammad's not black. And if you call Muhammad black, well, under Sharia, that is a death sentence. So, seems to be pretty intense. But let's see here. So this comes from Sahih al-Bukhari. So this is a hadith collection. This is not the Quran. This is a separate collection that's used to understand the Quran. So it's not, whenever they say that, well, when I was younger, I was always told that this is basically their version of the Bible. And then that's it. They have this. We have the Bible. And there you go. It is this and hundreds of other books to be put on top of that. So this is from one of them. It's considered extremely reliable. This is Sahih. And in it, Muhammad refers to an Ethiopian, a black man, with a racial slur. His head was like a raisin, which was a common slur back then, saying they're nothing but raisin heads. They're just black, they're wrinkly, they're disgusting looking. It would be the N-word of their age, basically. We have that as an example. We have, again, and he didn't do it just once. We have other examples. Sahih al-Bukhari. Here's another one. So the racism thing, he didn't like blacks too much. Muhammad didn't like blacks. Mostly, here's an interesting fact. He was white. Muhammad is white. He's white. We'll cover that later, but he is white. He a white boy.
So with what you just said, why was the Nation of Islam able to thrive as a Muslim group?
Now you're hitting it on the head. You're hitting the actual question, because as far as they go, why were they able to sell it as the black man's religion? Why were they able to sell it as this truly African, religion? This is where we were originally from. The truth is, again, it goes back to the authority-based culture. You do not question, and they won't teach you these. And again, they didn't have access to this, and most Muslims still today cannot read Arabic. So this Arabic on this side here, on the right side of your screen, if I'm correct, because it sometimes flips it for me, is Arabic, and most Muslims cannot read that. So if it's not translated, they can't read it. Who do they rely on? They rely upon their scholars and their imams to tell them what's in their book. So they don't read it themselves. They just rely on it. And most of them don't even read the Quran itself. They just show up, do their prayers, do their requirements, recite Arabic, just recite the sounds, no understanding to it, just the sounds. And then you get the goodie points to enter into heaven according to Islam. Joey, did I break your brain yet?
No, I'm still trying to figure out why was it so culturally influential to the point where it impacted Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali? What were the questions that culture was asking in which they thought that this was the best answer?
They were told that this was a black man's religion, that Muhammad was this racial equality dude that just cared about all races being equal. The issue is, once we look at the sources, that's not the case. Not the case at all, but they were being told that by their leaders, that then they're told not to question, because questioning will then lead you to apostasy, and you're then kicked out of Islam, which means death.
So what were the alternative answers for looking for self-reliance, economic independence, clean living? That was not like the Nation of Islam. What were the other cultural alternatives, and why did the Nation of Islam succeed? Or for a while.
For a while. I wouldn't say they succeeded in the long term. I don't know what the other, during that time period, I'm not sure about all the other situations. I know that was rough. And they were, of course, told that the white man is the one who's suppressing you. The white man's the one who brought, Christianity to Africa and forced it upon the slaves, forced conversion of the Africans, which again is not historical. And they need to get back to their roots. That's why, for example, Malcolm X, that's not actually his name. Malcolm is part of his actual name. He took X as his African taken true name concept. That he's supposed to be freed under that because of it. And we will get to Muhammad Ali's name, which is actually kind of tragic how he did that, why he did that. But in this case, in this hadith here, we have this is trading where Muhammad trades 2 black slaves they had just lying around for 1 Arab slave. Again, showing that they're not equal in a lot of regards. And again, this also highlights his views on slavery, considering the scholar who put this together also gave it the header, which is selling animals for animals of different amounts or quality. Yeah. So yes, in Islam, slaves are considered animals, they're considered possessions, and Islam does definitely promote slavery. But these are things that weren't told to Malcolm X. These are things that weren't told to Muhammad Ali, definitely based upon some of the things that Muhammad Ali says. Definitely not.
Well, why did people join the Nation of Islam then? Because whatever they joined for is going to be the cultural question that was there in mind, in which even if it's a wrong answer, they gave an answer to, and they didn't think that there was another alternative that was better. Is that fair?
That's fair that they didn't think that there was. They saw that there was slavery in the United States that was racially based, that there were many bad acts done in slavery. Slavery itself is absolutely abominable. And here you go, you have this new group that's saying that your people who were enslaved are actually God's chosen people, and that Islam is actually the true religion who would offer slavery, no slavery, will offer freedom to everyone, who will offer racial equality. But again, when we look at the sources, we find out that that's not actually what was there. Again, I don't think Malcolm X knew about this. I don't think he understood that, yeah, Muhammad traded slaves. In fact, sharing this, he would have been a white slave trader. This is actually an entire web page devoted to the whiteness of Muhammad. And it is down here. You can go through hadith after hadith. The whiteness of his leg. Here's another whiteness of his leg. Here's his thigh being white. Here's his shank being white. Here's his arm. Here's his forearm being white. Here's his armpit being white. Here's another one about his armpit. Armpit. Okay, get off the armpit. Abdomen. Face. You got cheeks. You got complexion. All of these references all say, without a doubt, Muhammad was white. He is a white man that owned and traded black slaves. Again, if Malcolm X would have known that, I don't think he would have accepted it, but it's not something I was told him.
Well, what about this question? If the Nation of Islam was supposed to promote self-reliance, especially in like urban black communities, what do you think that even outside of the Nation of Islam, do you think that that's something that Islam offers?
Self-reliance? No.
Why? What, like,
the concepts that are put forth there require well, I guess the question is, what do you mean by self-reliance? Do you mean completely independent from all other nations or all other people? No. You have to go to mosque. You have to have an imam. You have to have Muslim scholars. You have to have people over top of you. Maybe you're just saying about Islam itself. Maybe Islam gives itself to be self-reliant. Well, no, because you have the concept of the jizya, which is basically protection money that you take from the Jews and the Christians. You have the concept of a dhimmi, who's basically your indentured servant. You have slavery that you need. That's considered not only to be something that's acceptable, but also the best of all examples did it. So therefore, it is something that can be promoted. So no, I wouldn't say self-reliance in that general sense, or in any sense. I don't think it really teaches that when you get down to it.
Do you think it promotes economic independence?
No. Again, no. With the concept of dhimmihood and the jizya, no. In fact, the whole thing of the Hajj being required was because they needed to bring in more money.
That's interesting. So then
Yes,
how did the Nation of Islam end up recruiting people with this as their apologetic, their argument as to why people should join?
well, there's what they say they do and then what they actually do. And it's all built off lies. That's one of the reasons why you see both Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali leaving the Nation of Islam and clinging to Sunni Islam instead. They still kept Islam, but they rejected the Nation of Islam part. And yep, my wife is right. Lies. Basically, is what it is. They lied to the people. Yeah, if they tell you not to look at this, or if you look at this, then you're going to be punished. A lot of people won't look. So again, okay, so we got Muhammad, white man, slaves, referred to blacks as in very racist terms, very negative stereotypes used against them. Not the best example in this if you're trying to say that he was this equality that we're supposed to expect. Now, in Christianity, you see the opposite, where everyone is equal before the cross. So let's listen to a little bit more of his testimony there. So I think there's at least one more part I want to get to. Share this instead.
But the white attitude was removed from their minds by the religion of Islam. I have never before seen sincere and true brotherhood practiced by all colors together, irrespective of their color. You may be shocked by these words coming from me, but on this pilgrimage, what I have seen and experienced has forced me to rearrange much of my thought patterns previously held, and to toss aside some of my previous conclusions. This was not.
Now, there's difference between seeing what's actually going on and what is actually taught. Again, I wouldn't hold to any one of these Muslims as being the example for all mankind as far as what a Muslim actually should be. I would look at their sources and who they say they want to be like, which is why I pulled up the examples of Muhammad. Just like I would in Christianity, I'd point to Jesus as being the example that we're supposed to be like. I'd say the same in this case.
Not too difficult for me. Despite my firm convictions, I have always been a man who tries to face facts and to accept the reality of life as new experience and new knowledge unfolds it. I have always kept an open mind, which is necessary to the flexibility that must go hand in hand with every form of intelligent search for truth. During the past 11 days here in the Muslim world, I have eaten from the same plate, drunk from the same glass, and slept on the same bed or on the same rug, while praying to the same God with fellow Muslims whose eyes were the bluest of blue.
And again, Malcolm X is extremely focused on the race aspect of this. One of the aspects that he's absolutely missing is the religious superiority complex that's within Islam. After all, Muslims are told in the Hadith that they are the best of people, that they're the absolute best. So, yeah, you might be able to, you might not have inside this one sect of Islam, which these would have all been Sunni Islam. Yes, you might see them getting along together, but there's still a lot there.
Whose hair was the blondest of blonde and whose skin was the whitest of white. And in the words and in the actions and in the deeds of the white Muslims, I felt the same sincerity that I felt among the black African Muslims of Nigeria, Sudan, and Ghana. We were truly all the same brothers because their belief in one God had removed the white from their minds, the white from their behavior, and the white from their attitude. I could see from this that perhaps if white Americans could accept the oneness of God, then perhaps too they could accept in reality the oneness of man.
Oneness of man. No. There's no oneness of man in Islam. Joey, I think you are muted.
Oh, no, I'm just mouthing oneness of man, just thinking.
No, there's not oneness of man. In fact, we see again in the Hadith that Muslims are the best of creation. They're the best of people. Joey, do you happen to know what the worst of people are?
I'm hoping the answer is not Asian.
Well, Asians could fit this category. Asians actually would fit this category according to Islam. So share this one instead. This comes from the Quran itself. This is Quran 98:6. Says, and these are just different translations as we go down. We'll just use the first one there. Indeed, they who disbelieve among the people of the scripture, i.e., Christians and Jews, and the polytheists, everyone that's not Muslim, according to Islam, will be in the fire of hell, abiding eternally therein. Those are the worst of creatures. So we are the worst of creatures based not upon our skin, not if we're Asian or not, but based upon what we believe. And if we do not believe in Islam, we are the worst of creatures. So we are subhuman in this aspect. Again, keep that in mind as we're listening to this. Yes, this is sounding very nice. It's sounding very coexisting. We're all together, one big happy family. Except for when you actually open up the source. Now, again, he's talking about being open-minded. He's talking about, pursuing intellect, thinking things through. Dude, did you open this up? Now, again, maybe he didn't have access to translations. Maybe all he had was Arabic and he was just taking hook, line, and sinker, whatever the Muslims were telling him. But, dude, this is in it. This example here. So there's no oneness of man. There's oneness in a certain sect of Islam. At least it's supposed to be. But again, in history, we do not see that at all. It is really bad. We even see that right now between the Dawahists. Constant infighting. Let's go look at Hikikachu's X account. He's one of the Dawahists. Anything you would like to add, Joey?
I'm still thinking about like the cultural apologetic side here, and I just realized, talk to my friends, or my friends have talked to me about this in the past. There were two main answers to these same questions. Like Malcolm X represents more of the Islamic approach, and Martin Luther King is more of the Christian approach, violence versus nonviolence, and because they're both addressing the same problems within the cultural context and providing very different answers. And so I guess I think
let me
that
ask you one more question. And I know Malcolm X definitely did not know this. He definitely was not told this. But do you know what the highest relationship you can have with God in Islam is? I mean, in Christianity, we have father and son. That's the concept. We are adopted into the relationship with God himself, so father and son relationship. What is the best relationship you can have with Allah in Islam? Chat, you're more than welcome to try to answer as well, which I know you will. But go ahead, Joey.
No clue. I thought the understanding of Allah was he was arbitrary, though arbitrariness would lead to no intentional hierarchy or special relationship.
He is very arbitrary. He's very fickle in a lot of ways, but there is a certain position that Allah can have with his people. So I'm looking to see if they have got it in the chat. Nope, I see at least one Muslim in the chat, which welcome. So I will answer that. That is the relationship of a master to slave. You are Allah's slave, and that's all you are. You can be discarded at any given time, even according to one of Muhammad's companions and also his father-in-law, Abu Bakr. He would not have trusted the makr, the deceit of Allah, even if he had 1 foot in paradise. He would not trust Allah. So yes, you have a very fickle God who can discard you at any given time if he is not entertained by you enough. And we find out that one of the things that he desires is sin, believe it or not. In fact, if the people did not sin, Allah would wipe them out and replace them with people that would sin and then repent. So,
and cease to measure and hinder and harm others in terms of their differences in color. With racism plaguing America like an incurable cancer, the so-called Christian white American heart should be more receptive to a proven solution to such a destructive problem. Perhaps it could be in time to save America from imminent disaster, the same destruction brought upon Germany by racism
that killed me when I got to that part.
Why?
Oh, I will explain why. So his statement is basically, perhaps if it embraces Islam, it will be saved
from imminent disaster, the same destruction brought upon Germany
from imminent disaster, the same destruction brought upon Germany by racism. Let me ask you, Joey, what do you think he is referring to in that?
Is he talking about like the internment camps?
I'm assuming that's what he's referring to. I'm assuming he's referring to World War II and to Hitler's expansion and the acts that Hitler did, which did include a lot of racist activity. What, Joey?
What was he actually saying, that he's afraid that that was going to happen to African Americans in America?
Yes.
Or what is okay?
He's saying if we do not accept Islam, then it won't, no guarantee, it might save us from this disaster that was brought upon Germany by racism, which again would be going back to Hitler. So, Joey, do you happen to know what Hitler's thoughts were on Islam?
No, actually.
Okay, let's go through a few quotes. The people of Islam will always be closer to us than, for example, France. That was Adolf Hitler. That was one of the books. That was Hitler's hypocrisy. Oh my gosh. Hypocrisy, Jews, and the Nazi legacy. We hear from Adolf Hitler's best friend that he would often discuss this. Had the Turks won the battle, this is the battle of when they were invading up into Spain, when Islam almost took over the entirety of the Spanish peninsula there and was stopped at the mountains there, the Battle of Tours specifically. the world would be Mohammedan today, for theirs was a religion that believed in spreading the faith by the sword and subjugating all nations to that faith. The Germanic people would have become heirs to that religion. Such a creed was perfect suit to the Germanic temperament. Again, talking about Islam. So guess who else agreed with him? Who else agreed with this, with Malcolm X, would have been Adolf Hitler, although he's talking about Adolf Hitler being the reason why. Now, Adolf Hitler also expanded. He said, you see, it has been our misfortune to have the wrong religion. Why don't we have the religion of the Japanese, who regard sacrifice for the fatherland as the highest good? The Mohammedan religion, too, would have been much more compatible to us, talking about the Nazis, than Christianity. Why did it have to be Christianity with its meekness and flabbiness? In other words, why did it have to be a people who are taught to question, who are taught to, not just take my words as gospel, but to actually question me and look through it? So that would be what he is calling was the destruction. Yes, Adolf Hitler loved Islam, allied himself with the Muslims, and Malcolm X completely misses this. He doesn't understand history. He hasn't done his research. He hasn't read the Quran. He hasn't read the Hadith. I don't know how much of it was translated at the time. Maybe we've had to have read it within Arabic itself, which would have been much more difficult for him. But no, he didn't really do his research. He just took on the lies that were given. So now that we've seen this, how much Muslims, according to Malcolm X's views, love each other, just live together, are this compassionate group, all working together. Joey, how did Malcolm X die?
I'm not sure how he died, actually. I'm assuming like assassination or something.
He was assassinated by Muslims.
Oh, which group assassinated him, and what was the reasoning for it?
They didn't like his preaching on equality. They didn't like his racial equality preaching. And that would have been the Nation of Islam are the ones who directly assassinated him, but those were in line with him committing apostasy in Islam. So, says Eric, you forgot to mention Hitler also quoted Jesus trying to harm the Jews. You're two-faced here. No, I'm not. No. Hitler would have used either religion, anything, to give himself power. He just condemned Christianity and held up Islam as the best example. And in fact, after he was done killing Jews in Europe, he was to go down to the Middle East and kill the Jews there. So, yep. So that would be Malcolm X. So in conclusion, Malcolm X was taken in by lies and deceit and not told the truth of what Islam actually teaches, and unfortunately died a Muslim, which is truly tragic in my book more than anything else. On top of that, he has led hundreds of people to the destruction of Islam itself. So, Joey, do you want to add anything else there in the end?
How influential do you think Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam ended up being in developing Islamic teachings, Islamic beliefs, etc. in America?
I would say he was more influential on the perception of Islam in the West. than its Islamic teachings necessarily.
So in a lot of ways, it didn't do anything to promote Sunni or Shia growth in America because they essentially didn't represent them.
It promoted Islamic's expanse into America because of the misunderstanding that all Islam is the same. Therefore, all those groups, although we understand the breakdown now, were not popularly known at the time to a lot of Americans. Now, real quick, my wife has a question for you to read and answer.
Can you ask Joey to read and answer? What is it that you think would be a better solution to the identity problem people are challenged by that leads to these deceptions? I think the first thing we have to do is we have to ask the question of what is the identity question? And I don't think that I'm best suited for answering that in the African American community, but like I think once we understand what the question is, like what is our identity in lieu of the racism that we're receiving, how do we respond to this? And therefore, like how does the gospel specifically address these questions in a way that's practical is probably a good way to do that, because I do think a lot of the racism questions end up being identity questions. Who am I? What makes me valuable? What do I do when other people treat me as not valuable? So,
and if you have something that comes along that says, hey, I'll solve all those problems for you. In fact, you don't even have to think for yourself. I will just answer everything for you and just do it all for you as long as you obey every single law I give you. For a lot of people, that's tempting. Not equipping people to think themselves, but just giving them rules and regulations to go through.
Here's a weird cultural question. I think you mentioned the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. Like, that's way more on the Christian side than it is on the Muslim side, right?
No, they have clashes back and forth, definitely with the Nation of Islam itself. I do remember hearing things about it. I'm no expert in that. That would be vocab alone you'd have to go to for that. But they have been growing very much so, and they're very militaristic in a lot of ways.
So why are the should I answer this question first?
Go ahead and answer the question first.
I think the answer on identity is the thing that makes us valuable is that God values us, that God loves us, and that even though we're messed up, because he values us, then we are still valuable. We are still valuable without saying, I'm better than you because of this, that I'm superior because of that. All of the times where you try to base your value upon some attribute that you have, or some belief even, then you're saying that I am better than somebody else. You're creating a hierarchy which devalues other people. So I think in this context, like if you look at Martin Luther King's answers, they're based around like understanding that people had equal value, and that even that some of this value is understood through communal suffering as opposed to taking this suffering and trying to create a military response to it. Because I think Malcolm X, through the Nation of Islam, even tried to argue that Black culture should separate out from the rest of culture because of the differences. And so I want to say it sounds like that these differences are a difference in what makes people have value. And I guess I like the Christian answer because, well, in some ways it's super offensive because it says we're all sinners before God. We're all equally screwed up. We can't do anything to go and earn that favor, but it's also not arbitrary. We can accept the work of the cross to cover our sin and the destruction of our own value before ourselves, before other people, and before God, and have that solution there. So
I guess my answer real quick would be that where is it rooted? Is it rooted in a God who has known you from the beginning of creation, who has loved you since the very beginning? Or is it rooted on a fickle piece that you have, how much body you have, how worked out you are, how tough you are, the group that you're associated with, the friends that you have, the activities that you do, are those where your identity is rooted? Or is it rooted in the eternal God who has loved you from the beginning, that even when you were in rebellion to him, he sent his son into the world to die just for the opportunity to get to know you? Because he loves you that much. And again, that concept of unconditional love is found nowhere within Islam.
So where do Muslims think that their value stems from? What is the natural state of a
In
person's
blind
value?
obedience
Okay.
is the answer. To make sure you do all the pillars of Islam, make sure you give zakat, make sure you do the Hajj, make sure you do your 5 daily prayers, make sure you fast during Ramadan. That's one of the reasons why everyone knows when Muslims fast, because they need to make sure that everyone knows, because the validation of who they are and their identity is mixed up into that. In the same way, you'll see many Muslims praying, blocking traffic, or taking over planes in order to pray, or even entire parking lots just so that they can take up one parking spot each to pray, because the focus needs to be on them, because that's their identity. And you need to understand it and respect it, even though it's a bunch of hogwash.
So how much does that play into the being like Sunni or Shia? Like, do they have different ways of understanding what makes them valuable, or is it essentially the same?
It's essentially the same. There's a lot of hadith that are different between the two. Some accept some reject others. It really goes back to the succession of Muhammad and his followers after him. The Sunni itself believe that the 4 guided caliphs are all correct. The Shia think that Ali should have been the next true successor to Muhammad, and that there are some questions of murders happening, assassinations, yada, yada, yada. It's a lot of intrigue. I did do a historical study into each of the rightly guided caliphs according to them earlier on. And my favorite still would be Ali, because he was the most interesting. He was either the most docile person in history that was extremely patient, or he was the mastermind who really seriously just was able to mastermind multiple assassinations and take power for himself and take revenge for his wife, which, okay, would be it's an interesting story. I'll give it that. He's the most interesting because he's the one with most intrigue. Claims so he lied. He also lied about Islam, which proves my point. You just provoked me. Dude, you want to see provoking? We can do some provoking on this channel, but believe me, I got lots of provoking in the background. But we'll go ahead and continue. And yep, Reasoned Answers will be joining us in about 10 to 5 minutes, which is fantastic. So we will go ahead and go on into our next subject, next person in line. If I'm saying his name right, Cassius Clay, otherwise known later on as Muhammad Ali. So he was born Cassius Clay, grew up in a racially segregated South, joined the Nation of Islam, a terrorist and extremist group, in 1964. Sorry. He was heavily influenced by Malcolm X, which is why these sort of people matter. They claim to empower Black pride and battle the injustice of white supremacy. It was also claiming that, again, Islam is the black man's religion. Never mind that Christianity was in Africa even before it was in Europe, which is an interesting little snippet of history that no one likes to focus on very much. I shouldn't say no one, but a lot of people don't like to focus on that part because it doesn't fit the narrative. So it's an interesting name, but we will get back to that in just a second. Let me ask my guest here: how familiar are you with Muhammad Ali?
Only enough to know I don't want to get punched by him.
Well, that would be a safe bet. I'm not a fan of getting punched by people normally, let alone a boxing champ. So, yes, it would be very rough to get punched by him. But is that all you know about him?
He was good at what he did. Became a Muslim at some point. I don't know a ton more about that.
Okay, fantastic. So he also, like I said, joined the Nation of Islam. But you know what? We will, in just a second, as soon as this responds, there we go. We'll go ahead and take a look at this here, which is his story on converting to Islam.
Like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Say, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
And that is why influential people that don't do research, who just dive into this, cause other people to stumble, mislead others into lies and deception. So, oof.
What's your dad? Say it for that. What's your dad's name?
Muhammad Ali.
Why do you insist on being called Muhammad Ali now?
That's the name given to me by my leading teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's my original name. That's a black man name. Cassius Clay was my slave name. I'm no longer a slave.
Cassius Clay was his slave name. He's no longer a slave, so he takes on Muhammad and Ali. Again, Ali was the father-in-law to Muhammad. Takes on their names and rejects his slave name. Go ahead, Joey.
What is the significance of changing your name in Islam? Is that another identity?
It's identity. You're tying your identity to this. This is a change of identity. Now, who was Cassius Clay? Who was he named after? He was named after an abolitionist leader who, at risk of his own safety, denounced slavery in the South. So he lived in the South. He denounced slavery as a rich white guy who absolutely condemns slavery wholesale. He even denounced slavery as he was living in a slave-holding state, which wasn't really good. He used his political influence. Well, not good for your health because they might just decide to kill you in that case because they don't like what you're saying. He used his political influence to support Abraham Lincoln's election. In fact, there's some question if Abraham Lincoln would have been able to get elected without him. And the Republican Party's anti-slave platform, helping shift political views from pro-slavery to anti-slavery in a lot of jurisdictions. So what did he do? Well, he survived multiple assassination attempts, all trying to take his life due to his anti-slavery views. And frequently, and even this fun part, even frequently engaged in armed self-defense. He famously installed a cannon at his front door, known as White's Hall, to defend against attacks. Again, these would have been slavers who were attacking him for his ideology. He had a cannon there and he said, "Come get me." So, okay, this guy's got some gumption. But that was Muhammad Ali's slave name. He was told that's what his slave name is. He never looked into history. He never looked into who he was named after. But in the end, the abolitionist movement would not have been the same without him and may have even failed. So That's who he's named after. Not really a well-known person in history. Mostly Abraham Lincoln gets the credit for it, but he would have been one of the major backings to Abraham Lincoln. So that's who he denied and then took on Muhammad and Ali's names. As we have already shown, and even pull up another reference here. This is, let's see if I can get it in here because it's a bit complicated since this is a PDF of a book. Share this instead. Provisions of the Afterlife. So this is Muslim writings about Muhammad, his doings, and what's going on. And part of this lists out Muhammad's female slaves and his male slaves. We also know that he was raping his female slaves because he also knocked one up. So that is who. Oops. And this is on page 30 through 31. And that's who Muhammad Ali decided to name himself after as his not slave name. It's a slave master, again, a white man who owned, traded black slaves as animals. And it's sad to see these people taken in by absolute lies. We see here in just, again, revisiting some of the things that Muhammad participated in. He participated in sex slavery. This is found in Sunan Abi Dawood. This one is, what was the number of this one again? Down here, 2155. This is talking about when his companions took captives and their pagan husbands were right there. And they said, it doesn't feel right that we should just take these women that are still married and go have our way with them. Mom said, after the waiting period, who cares? Just take them. They're yours. They're fully lawful for you. After all, those are your right. Whatever your right hands possess, you can do with it as you please. So there you go. And there's the reference to all women are forbidden. Again, parentheses, just added words by the scholars. Until you have saved those captives whom your right hands possess. So, yep, if you own them, if you have power over them, yes, you can have intercourse with them. There's sex slavery there, and specifically going to war for them. And then we have Sunan Abi Dawood. We'll share this one instead. It's a bit of a long one, but in this case, it's very good. Primarily here, where Abu Bakr then starts beating a slave in front of Muhammad, and all Muhammad does is make a joke and smile while slaves being beat in front of him. We have a.
Do you think that the question that like Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali had here, though, was whether or not slavery was valid? Like I'm guessing. Like, I feel like I'm on dangerous ground here. Hear Carlton yelling at me, but isn't the question more, what did we do when we were treated as slaves and our value was considered to be less? How do we internally process that, and how do we understand ourselves to have value equal to everybody else? Because I don't think the core question is whether or not slavery is okay.
Well, my point in showing this is that, hey, they went and joined a religion that promotes, engages in, and has industrialized slavery on a global scale, while using terms like my slave name, which was an abolitionist who freed slaves, and adopt a slave master who treated slaves like this.
What do you think he meant by my slave name?
Common concept. I've heard it used before, as this is the white name, this is the slavery name, going back to the racial segregation and the concepts around this is my identity while I was a slave, so I'm going to take on a free name. as this, which again, not the best look. Again, we see in Sahih Sunan Abi Dawood, let me share this one instead, 4473, where Muhammad himself orders a woman, a slave, beaten until her blood is flowing from her, and then continue to be beaten. Again, be justified according to Islam because, she's just a slave girl. But these are the sort of things that were very much spoken out against by Malcolm X, spoken out against by Muhammad Ali. But yet this is what they were saying. This is my ideal. This is who I want to be like. Is this person. Though they did not realize that this is how Muhammad acted. We go back to Sunan Nasai, 4621, where he's trading 2 black slaves for 1 Arab slave. And again, we look at his view of slaves, which is that of animals, because this is selling animals for animals of different amounts or quality. Again, if you want to say that you're getting rid of slavery, you're getting rid of this slave name and adopting this new name, maybe make sure the new name's not a slave master who treated slaves horrendously. Let's go ahead and continue what he has here.
What does it mean?
Muhammad means worthy of all praises, and Ali means most high.
Do you intend to fight under that name?
Yes, sir. I want to be called by that name. I write autographs with that name. I want to be known all over the world as that name.
As a slave master's name, yes. That was extremely, well, was a white man who was extremely racist to slaves.
What attracted you then to Islam in the first instance?
The Muslim religion?
Yes.
It's the true teachings of Elijah Muhammad right there in America.
Now, that would be the teachings of the Nation of Islam. That's what he's referring to in that. Just for clarification.
Power structure, nobody will challenge him. And the history of ourselves, the history of our true religion, our nationality, our names. See, we don't have our names, you know. I know how proud you all are, proud of your names. See, Chinese have names like Chang Chong, Lu Qian. This is Islamic teachings. Russians have names like Kosygin or Khrushchev. You have names like O'Connor or Grady or Kennedy. And Africans had names like Lumumba, Nkrumah. And Jews got names like Weinstein and Goldberg. And Italians got names like Dundee and Benvenuti and Marciano. But we have names like Grady and Clay and Hawkins and Smith and Jones and Johnson, but we are black.
These are the slave names.
Yeah, so when I heard this, I knew it was the truth. It's history. So Muhammad Ali is a beautiful black name.
Muhammad was not black. That's a death sentence under Islam. Whoever calls Muhammad black, kill him. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, so he just called death sentence upon himself without realizing it. And on top of that, Ali wasn't black either, by all accounts. He would have been Arab. So he would have been Middle Eastern. So no, both of those are so historically wrong. It's mind-blowing.
My ancestors. So when I heard this, I just had to walk out of the church and Christianity because they never taught us our true knowledge.
Never taught us our true knowledge, as I've shown in the Islamic sources, weren't taught to him either by the Muslims. And again, that would be the people who are in charge, who knew the sources, not necessarily the commonplace Muslim. My wife has another question for you.
Since we know a bit about what Islam has to say about slavery, what does Christianity have to say about spiritual slavery and freedom? Do you want to give more context for that question, Elle?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward, actually. What does Christianity say about spiritual slavery? Yes, we are all born into the yoke of sin. We're all born into sin itself. We are slaves to it at the beginning, but then Jesus comes and sets us free, and whoever the Son sets free is free indeed. So, yeah. Again, in Christianity, you are a free man. In Islam, you are a slave, and you're always going to be a slave. That is the best you can have. Muhammad was a slave of Allah. Jesus was a slave of Allah. All the prophets were a slave of Allah. Everyone is a slave of Allah. Completely enslaved to his whims and wills. And I think we had our Muslim friend there quit on us. He said, if you all were honest, you would at least admit you don't know. I definitely know. In fact, that's why I pull up the sources. Because I don't expect you to take my words at it, unlike the imams. I expect you to do your own research. I expect you to be responsible for yourself. So, he says, I'm not running. Christians are the ones that say that. The Muslims are. Now, this is interesting. Actually, just taking a second here. No, Jesus's grave is next to Muhammad's. In Islam, Jesus doesn't have a grave because he was taken up to Allah himself. Jesus didn't die. Although, of course, that does directly contradict where in Islam, Jesus says, blessed be on the day that I was born, on the day that, and skip a little, on the day that I die, and the day that I'm resurrected. So, according to at least some of Islam, no, he was taken up to Allah and spared death, where Muhammad died as a false prophet. Take that one in. And look at the sources. It's on the list. So, okay. So that was Muhammad Ali's testimony. Again, it's very clear that he was not told the truth, although he claims that Christians were the ones telling him the truth. It was really the Muslims who were telling him the truth. So, do you have any other thoughts on Muhammad Ali before I give my sort of analysis on what was the root of his conversion? Now, he did die at the age of 74, and to my knowledge, he was still a Sunni Muslim because, again, he did leave the Nation of Islam and adopt Sunni Islam instead. But any other insights that you have?
It sounds like he thought that the Nation of Islam gave him the best path forward in understanding why he has value in the cultural context that he was in. And I guess I wish I knew more about what Martin Luther King's answer was in that specific area. And also if that impacted why he left the Nation of Islam. Because I don't entirely know what all the other options were. And so I don't know why he thought that that was the best option.
His best option, because that's what he was sold as the best option, in my opinion. He was lied to, deceived into the folds of Islam. And sadly, this is stuff that's still happening. Ali Dawah himself has admitted that the reason he originally joined, Ali Dawah is one of the more popular Dawahists, so one of the more popular people pushing Islam to everyone else. He has admitted that the scientific miracles, are debunked. They're absolutely garbage, and these are his words on it.
Repeat it again, very carefully. The scientific miracles argument in the Quran got debunked.
And that's why. And they're
it's
just
gone in the bin, not even the recycle bin. You can't even recycle it. It's gone to the waste, like poo. It's gone.
But that was the main reason why he converted to Islam. Originally, that would be similar to my reason, is because of the death, resurrection of Jesus Christ, that fits the best historical explanation that we have is that Jesus must have died and he rose again, based upon the reactions of the people we know in history, such as his followers, how they reacted, as documented not only by their own writings, but the writings of unbelievers around them. But if that was to be debunked, then I would definitely be reevaluating Christianity. Definitely if it shows that Jesus never died or was raised from the dead. Other than a book coming 600 years later making that claim. It's a little out of date. So, and at least in those two, now they have brought Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X, according to some Muslim websites, I'm using them as sources, have brought over 1 million people into Islam. That's a lot of people being misguided into that based upon lies that they would have rejected themselves if they would have known the sources. So, why would okay, so we got a question here from the Muslim. Why would Muhammad lie about Jesus? Well, to answer the first part there, this means he was telling the truth, LOL. No. Why would he lie about Jesus? Because he was going for building his cult around himself and going for money, glory, women, and power. That's what Muhammad ended up getting in the end, and that's what he was going for, just like Joseph Smith. You can make the same arguments for Joseph Smith. Why would Joseph Smith lie about Muhammad and Jesus, claiming that he's one of the prophets in their same line? But you don't accept him. So, nope, I won't accept Jesus based upon that because that's a stupid argument. He had everything to gain and barely anything to lose in the end. So, okay. Well, let's go to Mike Tyson next. How familiar, Joey, are you with Mike Tyson?
He's no longer a good fighter because he can get his butt kicked by Jake Paul? Yeah.
So now we're getting to more recent people. So now we can snap back in a bit better with more witty comebacks. He's another boxer. He is, to my understanding, he's another boxer. Pretty popular guy again. Tyson converted to Islam while he was in prison for rape because it aligns with his ideals, which I admit is not a good defense when you're referring to Muhammad, who raped a 9-year-old girl, who approved of rape of captive women. Don't point to him saying, I want to be like him. Like the Zodiac, if the Zodiac killer was ever taken, put in prison, and he said, you know, that Adolf Hitler guy, I kind of want to identify like him. Okay. Your defense is telling you to keep your mouth shut now. Don't talk. But we will hear about his testimony here shortly. So let's go ahead and pull that on up. And I'm thinking Reasoned Answers should be joining us shortly. So maybe he'll join us in the middle of this one. Now, this is a much longer video, but we will only look at the first 2 points. Although this is Mike Tyson's interview about Islam, Muslim. Only the first 2 points are actually anything to do with Islam. The rest was just growing up and other personal questions. So we'll just look at the first 2. So we'll go ahead and look at there and see if there's truth in it or if he was brought in by a bunch of lies again.
About God, I get emotional. I just get emotional talking about God. When I'm with somebody who really, truly love God on the level that I love him and understand him on the level that I love him, I feel that way about him. So, you know, most time we could talk about God and you could vibe with someone when they're really not there. So you just go through the motions for your own salvation. You explain to them about Islam and the way of Islam, how it is wholeheartedly and truthfully.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Which there's no compulsion, there's no hatred. It's insane how different religions have different variations, and we're supposedly be the same under the same God, which is Allah. And it's a complex situation we deal when we deal with religion.
Okay, so his first point there, and yes, there are 10 points, only 2 of them refer to Islam in this list. So Joey, he focused on how accepting Islam was, how peaceful Islam is. Right?
Yeah, but he also said something, I think he said something super interesting. He talked about how it's like effectively structured, something like that. And it I guess somewhat authentic.
Do you remember when he said that?
Just a little,
Just a little
earlier.
bit?
I don't remember exactly when, but he was also talking about how it's better than having these just having some sort of emotions. So some of this is
Let's listen to it again. And Thaddeus, welcome.
Hello.
You have decided to join this channel again. Your wisdom
True.
is questionable, and
Oh,
your bandwidth is also questionable because
what the heck is going on?
Stop motion camera. Your audio sounds great. It's just the rest of you is like stop motion here. Oh darn! I was about ready to say we better get a video going right now or an animation going right now if it's stop motion. That is weird. I've never seen that happen before.
I don't know. It wasn't happening in my stream earlier, and I was doing a lot more on that than just joining a StreamYard stream. So
weird. Okay, so let's re-listen to a little bit here, see if we can catch it.
In the way of Islam, how it is, wholeheartedly and truthfully.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Which there's no compulsion, there's no hatred. It's insane how different religions have different variations, and we're supposedly be the same under the same God, which is Allah. And it's a complex situation we deal when we deal with religion.
So no compulsion, no hatred.
Well, he got one thing right. You know, we supposedly believe in the same God, but they're just completely different pictures in Islam and Christianity.
Absolutely. You got that part right. So, yeah.
So what was the cultural influence on Mike Tyson then? If he got the message of Islam wrong, where did he learn about it? Since at this point in time, I'm assuming the Nation of Islam is not really influential in culture anymore. So where did he get these ideas?
It was Dawoists who were in the jail with him. That's where he got these concepts from. The only issue is they're wrong. They're dead wrong, according to the sources. They're, again, lying. So he says that there's no compulsion in Islam. In part of the Quran, it does say there's no compulsion in religion. The problem is there's the concept of abrogation, which means, hey, if I give you a later verse that sounds like it contradicts an earlier verse, it overrides it. And we see that in Quran 9:29, which chapter 9 was the last one revealed. So this is the final say on the topic. And it says fight. Now the Arabic word for fight here is fight to kill. Fight those. So fight to kill those who do not believe in Allah or in the last day, and who do not consider unlawful what Allah and his messenger have made unlawful, and who do not adopt the religion of truth from those who were given the scripture. Fight until they give the jizya willingly while they are humbled. Other translations refer to the last portion there where it's talking about humbled as humiliated as well. So it's, yeah, you're brought low. You must pay jizya. And again, jizya is the protection racket money. It's, hey, you got a nice place here. It'd be horrible if something bad were to happen to it. As a Christian, you definitely should pay this extra amount of money to make sure that nothing bad happens to you. And I, as a Muslim, will protect you from any bad wrongdoing that may happen to you, as long as you pay me constantly. And 930 tells us why. And this is, the Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah, and the Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. So in other words, it is based upon the Christians and the Jews and what they believe. That's why they should pay the jizya and be humbled. It continues on saying that is their statements from their mouths. They interpret the sayings of those who disbelieve before them. That's again added. Anything in the brackets is added. May Allah destroy them. How they are deluded. So not the peaceful sort of like no compulsion part.
I do have to provide one small correction or clarification, however, because not all scholars interpreted the no compulsion verse in light of abrogation. There's a dispute within Islamic scholars. Many said, no, both of these verses are still valid. When a Muslim puts a sword to a non-believer's throat and says convert or die, he's not forcing him to do anything. He has the choice, right? He can die. So there is no compulsion. It's literally impossible. That's all the Quran's saying, is it's literally impossible to force someone to convert to Islam against their will. So some scholars said it was abrogated, but others said, no, it's compatible, actually.
Yep, we give you 3 good options. Convert, pay the jizya, or die. I'm quoting a Muslim. Was he a Dawaist or was he a scholar? I don't know who he was exactly.
Yeah, scholar, not really a Dawa guy.
Yeah, I didn't know if he did any Dawa or if he was just scholar. But yeah, gave you 3 options. All 3 are good options. 2 of them you get to live. So yes, that is completely the no compulsion, no hatred. Except again, we look at Quran 98:6, which we did refer to earlier. Indeed, those who disbelieve among the people of the scripture and the polytheists will be in the fire of hell, abiding eternally therein. Those are the worst of creatures. Not really focusing on this part because, of course, I would expect Islam to teach about the whole abiding in hell for eternity part, but the whole worst of creatures part takes away their humanity and dehumanizes them, which then validates any sort of action taken against them.
And I will be right back. You can continue on and I'll hear you, but I won't be able to speak for a second.
Okay. So again, we look at the hadith on top of this. We have Sahih al-Bukhari 4557, which specifically talks about Muslims being the best of all mankind. So we have that one there. So Christians, worst of all creation. Jews, worst of all creation. Muslims, best of mankind. They're the top. The rest of you are beneath them. And this, of course, goes in line with one that I know the chat was referring to earlier, and I've heard this referred to, I think, even on Thaddeus' stream as well, which is Sahih Muslim 2767, which talks about the day of resurrection. Allah will deliver to every Muslim, a Jew or a Christian, and say, that is your rescue from hellfire. So the Jew and the Christian pay for the sins of Muslims. Continuing on, same hadith, just part B. Again, no Muslim will die, but Allah will admit in his stead a Jew or a Christian in hellfire. So again, same concept there. So the Jews and the Christians, worst of creatures, are going to pay for the sins of Muslims. So I think C is not worth noting. It just talks about that. But then part D comes back to it again and talks about on the day of resurrection. Muslims is talking about Muslims on the day of resurrections with as heavy sins as a mountain, and Allah will forgive them, and He will place in their stead, so in the stead of them, the Jew and the Christian. So again, sins heavy on the mountain, we'll put it on the Jews and Christians. That seems like no hatred. That seems like equality. That seems like we're all one big happy family. What are your thoughts, Joey?
I don't know. Don't have any real specific thoughts on that.
Sounds good to me. So let's see here. I think that was part 1. Let's see what part 2 is here so a second point on his list here.
His salvation, his understanding, He's enlightened me. You know what I mean? Before I became a Muslim, I've known Muslims all my life. You know what I mean? But I never had any inclination of becoming a Muslim because I didn't think their conduct was. I thought it was all hypocritical. But then when you run into people, individuality allows people to act certain ways, and certain people conduct themselves in other ways, and certain people conduct themselves in ways that are different from that. And I was just saying, a Muslim is just your conduct, and when you conduct yourself Islamically, and only God can judge you, basically. You know what I mean? Men judges men's action. God judges your heart.
No. In Islam, it's not just your conduct. That does not make you a Muslim or not. It goes up there in my book with, you just have to submit to God. That's all Islam really is submitting to God. And then the follow-up question is, can I be a Muslim if I say that Muhammad is a false prophet, but I still submit to God? The answer, of course, from every Muslim is no. So, no, it's definitely more than that. But it's definitely not just how you act. What are your thoughts, Joey? I seem to have something bouncing around there ready to go.
I just thought it was funny. It sounded like he mixed together a whole bunch of different things that he heard. Like, oh, well, it really matters about your heart. I'm like, wait, what are we talking about? And then he just, it was very Mike Tyson of him.
Very Mike Tyson, not so much Islam-wise. Definitely with the concept of hypocrisy, which is definitely in Islam. First of all, you are to cover for each one's sins. You are required to cover the sins of another Muslim, definitely if it would cause any damage to the Ummah, so the Muslim group. If it was to make Muslims look bad, you are definitely to cover up the sin of those who are big and powerful, for example, or maybe someone who is on top of the Dawah scene right now, who's extremely popular, doing things that he said in videos that he would never recommend. There's no one like that right now, right, Thaddeus?
No one at all. Definitely does not describe Muhammad hijab at all. Totally not him. I did have a question, though, that I wasn't sure about. Did Tyson say individuality? Like individual plus ly instead of individuality? Or
yes, he did.
Something? Okay.
But
I wasn't sure, but I was like, what is that word? I don't know it.
I can stumble over my words just as easy as he can, so I'm not going to pick on that part. And considering that probably everyone that listens to me try to pronounce any of the Muslim names or even some of the books, I was like, dude, you're butchering the crap out of that. Please stop. Yeah. Okay. I'm not making fun of someone.
Yeah. To be clear, that's not an argument against him. I just wanted to know if it was because I was far away and my headphones didn't pick it up right, or if that's what he actually said.
No, that's what he actually said.
Okay.
Nope. He actually said that. But again, he's leading people to Islam, trying to, and again, people had this perception, this is what Islam is, because he was outspoken about it. He was someone people were following. but he's wrong on every single point. There's hypocrisy plenty within Islam, definitely whenever you consider the honor shame culture that Islam promotes, where as long as you don't get caught, you're perfectly fine. I remember the story from, let me grab the book real quick here, Seeking Allah, Finding Jesus by Nabil Qureshi. Quresh. Where he's talking about early on, he would go with his, I think it was his cousins, and they would go get pop, and they would ask for water, and they would go, and they'd have no issue with going over there, saying they were going to get water and going over and filling up whatever pop they wanted to. It wasn't until one of them got caught, and in so doing, shaming himself by getting caught, that there was an issue. Up until that point, no problem. No problem at all. You can get away with it. In fact, you find that in a lot of Muslim nations, they'll get away with it. I know a friend of mine who was talking about, he's from the Middle East, a very Muslim nation. Definitely when it came to Ramadan, you would have people who would actually even be drinking illegally, because Islam outlaws alcohol. But as long as you don't get caught, it's not actually sin. So they're drinking, and they'd have to stop 30 days before Ramadan so that it clears out of the system before Ramadan begins. And then as soon as Ramadan's over, because it's a holy month, they would then immediately start drinking again. So, yeah. The hypocrisy is pretty bad in Islam. Again, hypocrisy is also bad in a lot of Christian groups. We are fallen people. That I wouldn't necessarily hold against them, but if they're saying that this Islam teaches you not to be a hypocritical person, but yet allows this stuff, yeah, I kind of see that being a problem.
Is that a problem if God is arbitrary?
God's arbitrary? No, because he can just, again, choose to forgive you and throw all your sins on a Christian or Jew. So, who cares? It's hit and miss. It's like, I don't know if Allah just seems to like me that day, he'll let me into heaven. But Allah might just dislike me no matter what I do, no matter how many goody points I get, and I get thrown into hell anyway. So, yeah, it's pretty bad. So illegal? Nah. Well, on the books, it's illegal. But yes. Nah, it's just under the table where Allah can't see. Yes.
I mean, keep in mind, this is a religion that has a legitimate debate over whether or not Allah can see you while you're going to the bathroom. Because some Muslims will say, Allah would never enter a bathroom, right? And other Muslims are like, he's God, he's omnipotent. Of course he can see you peeing. And so it's actually a legitimate debate. And they both say the other side are kafirs because they have the wrong opinion about whether Allah can see you or not. But point being that, at least according to some Muslims, Allah literally can't see certain things because they're, below him. He's unworthy of being attributed seeing those things. So that might include, drinking, for example.
Again, Joey, just bring it into perspective. If one Muslim calls another Muslim a kafir, he's saying that you can be killed and murdered right there on the street. So you're no longer Muslim, you're apostate and can be killed. So if they're having arguments and throwing people under the bus and saying that you're apostates if you believe one way or the other, if you believe wrong, if Allah can see you when he is peeing. Oh, believe it or not, this is actually what we deal with.
Oh, okay. So then what is the Christian response to that then? If we're comparing like Christianity to Islam?
God knows when you pee, God knows when you poop.
Okay.
And there's nothing, dirty or inappropriate or whatever they think makes it unworthy of God knowing that.
And it's always such a weird thing for them to believe that peeing and pooping is such a dirty thing that Allah would never. But isn't Allah the one who made us do it? But then again, this is the same God who causes women to have menstrual periods and then punishes them for it because it's a sin. Yeah,
it's true. He creates women in a certain way and then says that they're going to all end up in hell, basically, because of the way he created them.
Yes, and if your point is what is Christianity's standpoint? Christianity's standpoint is women having periods is not sinful. You're not being punished for sins that you can't even control in any way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be, I guess, the section I had on Mike Tyson. Again, I think he's been lied to. I think he's been manipulated. Another thing is under Sharia law. So this is, well, Sharia, I'm sorry, I know it's a force of habit that I've got into over the years calling it Sharia law. It's very wrong because basically it means law, which is stupid. So Sharia itself.
Yeah, we do that all the time.
I know I do.
PIN number. I mean, come on.
PIN number, yes. But under Sharia, Christians cannot openly display under strict Sharia law. So actually applied full Sharia law, Christians cannot display crosses. They cannot gather without approval. They cannot build churches without approval. They cannot even maintain their own churches without approval, which again does not happen. So no approval. Plus they have to pay the protection racket money, which is known as the jizya, as well as being second-class citizens. If a Muslim kills a non-believer, there's no punishment under Sharia for that. There's also a lot of weird punishments and no punishments under it as well. It's really creepy actually to read the sources. If anyone wants to dive into that,
just to be fair, it is considered a sin. It is considered to be murder if you kill someone who's not a Muslim. But there's no penalty tied to it in Sharia law.
Yes.
So I just want to be clear that what the actual claim is. And hopefully my camera's fixed now. So we'll see.
Fantastic. Well, you look good. So yes, you're right. It is still a sin, but it's one of those sins that Allah's very understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's an honor killing, it's an honor killing. You're fine. Even if it's your child or your grandchild, you're completely fine. No questions asked. Sharia gets bad very easily. But according to Mike Tyson, there's no hatred there. There's no division there. There's nothing like that. He's been sold a bunch of goods, in my opinion. I don't think he knows what the sources say. I think he's just taking whatever else he's been told and running with it, which is a very dangerous thing to do with your eternity. At least in my thoughts. What are your guys's?
I'm still trying to put together the whole what God can or can't see or considers appropriate in terms of bodily functions.
They will kill each other over this. They'll kill each other over this division. But of course, Malcolm X is telling us that there's all this unity in Islam and that there's all this code. It's like, no, you step out of line even a little bit, they'll kill you. The eternal nature of the Quran, which is now a common accepted concept that the Quran is eternal with Allah, was at one point a hotly debated topic in early Muslim history, enough that they would kill over it. In fact, the apostasy ruling is what has become the commonplace ruling today.
Oh, it looks like we have a comment here that says, wouldn't a critic of Christianity say the same thing about how our God made us sinners, though? Back to the whole,
one is that
mental... Huh?
Which one is that one?
It's at 46 p.m. Tony C. I think it's in reference to the whole pooping and period.
A critic of Islam, a critic of Christianity say the same thing about how our God made us sinners, though. He didn't make us sinners. That's not a concept within Christianity. He didn't set out for us to be sinners. It is something that we chose to rebel against him. In so doing, we became sinners. The act of sin is rebelling against the will of God himself. And that mark has been passed on because the wages of sin is death itself. It's something that we are unable to pay ourselves, but Christ was willing to pay for us. That being said, according to Islam, Allah would just, if people would not sin, if they would have passed in the Islamic mindset, if they would have passed the trial of the Garden of Eden and not sinned and not rebelled against God, Allah would have wiped them out and replaced them with sinners because he wants sin. So that then they can repent and turn towards him.
Well, I think actually he needs sin, more properly speaking, right? That's why he would have to wipe the people out. It's not that he just wants sin, but he needs sin in order to demonstrate his mercy.
He is dependent upon sin.
Yes.
So, yep, our God gives us the ability to accept a mercy that was not ours, that we did not earn, that by no right or skin color do we get the opportunity to have. Islam, on the other hand, you have to be a sinner, because if not, you're not fulfilling Allah's plan. So, Joey, have you moved past the pooping and peeing part of the debate yet?
I guess so.
Or did that blow your mind out? We'll just wait until we get to the camel pee. And drinking that.
Can I opt out of that, Professor?
I told you should check out my channel before we do a stream. That's the light stuff.
So we have a comment from Aladdin that says, you're talking about killing, and Christianity is built on killing innocent Jesus by your God on the cross in a barbaric way in the name of love to prove his love, satanic crime. Aladdin, you're an expert. You're an expert on the Bible. Or at least I know you claim to be such. So how does the Bible describe what happened on the cross? Does it describe it as something good, or does it describe it as something horrific? Do let me know. And be sure to provide a specific verse for that.
So here's my wife chiming in. Again, she could just join the stream and talk with us, but she has opted out. Yep, Allah made women bleed because of their... Yeah, so if it's during Ramadan, which is supposed to be the holy month, and they are supposed to be fasting, and they start bleeding, then it completely breaks it. What? I wasn't invited. That has never stopped you in the past. You know it doesn't have to. You're always welcome. You never have to be invited.
Yeah, so with the whole bleeding and creating women that way. So Tony did specify, and I think you do have a point, so to speak, right? That Allah. So the comparison would be Allah creates women, as bleeding, right, and then they can't fulfill their religious requirements. Likewise, the Christian God creates Christians with the capacity to sin, and then he holds us accountable for our sin. Well, one, it's not like women have the capacity to bleed or not bleed, right? They are, unless they're pregnant or they have a medical condition, they're going to menstruate monthly and have monthly periods. So that's one thing. Two, when God creates us with the capacity for sin, that's not because he creates us deficient or something along those lines. I would argue, and other Christians may approach this a different way. I'm always speaking for myself, but I would argue that he creates us with free will so that we can love, but the natural consequence of creating us with free will is that we can also choose to use that will to rebel against us. So it's not because we're deficient, it's actually because he creates us in such a way that we're better. And that's why we have the capacity to sin, to rebel against him, because we're not just robots. We have a choice to make, and we can choose the loving choice, or we can choose the non-loving choice. And then additionally, I would say God doesn't just arbitrarily punish us, right? So Allah arbitrarily punishes women for menstruating, because then they can't fulfill the religious requirements of Islam, because you can't do certain things while you're menstruating. And if it happens at the wrong time, you're just screwed. You can't make it up either, right? There's just nothing you can do about it. You just miss out on that particular prayer or whatever. But I would say that Allah on the cross, right, which Al-Din says is the horrible, terrible thing or whatever, on the cross, God says, you know what? I'm going to take part of the responsibility, right? I knew you would sin. I knew you'd rebel against me. I created you with that capacity. So I'm partially responsible. I'm going to take all of the responsibility upon myself and serve the penalty for you. So it's not remotely comparable, I would say.
Agree. Again, this would be a great example if, for example, because if they had their periods start at nighttime, then it wouldn't be an issue, right? Because that wouldn't break the requirements. It'd be perfectly fine during Ramadan. If, for example, Allah made it so that during this 1 month a year, women's periods only happened at night, that would be interesting. That would be more compelling in a lot of ways than having God who just punishes women because of how he created them, because he deemed it that way. And of course, we have Al-Din continuing his great insights into his scriptural knowledge by showing us again that he has absolutely no grasp on Christianity at all.
I asked him for specific verses, and he didn't provide any. He's just giving his opinion, which is very ignorant and very stupid. But until he gives me a specific verse, there's nothing for me to respond to.
Yeah, he's just going to keep going. He's not going to give you any verses. That would require him actually to open a Bible. You don't want to do that.
I mean, it depends. He might spontaneously catch on fire if he opens a Bible. I mean, just saying.
So I think he gave you one verse.
I mean,
John 3:16.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever shall believe in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Oh yes, that is so satanic.
And on top of that, again, that is within the context of John, which if you read John 1, you find out that Jesus is God, and he has been with God since the beginning of creation. So again, it is God choosing to take the punishment upon himself and sacrifice himself because his life is so incredibly valuable. It could pay for everyone's life, pay the penalty for all sin, and wipe it clean. Self-sacrifice is not evil.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. So I think the next
actually, real quick though, I think that Al-Din has an ounce of truth in there, right? That he said like the worst act in human history turned into love, right? That he added satanic, which is totally unnecessary. But worst crime in history changed to love. Yes, our God is good. He's powerful. He's sovereign over all. He can work things that are evil for the good. And this is your argument against Christianity. Your God is too powerful. He's too amazing. He can take evil and turn it into good.
Yep, Islamic logic for you. Nope, God can't be that powerful. He's got to be weaker. We can't have a God be powerful. That's outrageous. Okay, so our next case example is Andrew Tate. So now we're definitely closer to modern day. Joey, from the cultural side of things, because you're an expert in it and I'm not, what's your take?
Man, I think Andrew Tate's super interesting here because since like the 80s, there's been this question as to what does it mean to be masculine? Like we have the idea of Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sylvester Stallone. And then gradually we started going, oh, wait, maybe it's okay to like process emotions, or maybe there are other things that make people masculine, guys masculine, other than just having big muscles and being violent and breaking things. And so there was this ongoing discussion that radically shifted once we started adding like identity politics into it. And so many guys were going, oh man, I don't like a whole bunch of like what was considered masculine in the past, people are now calling toxic. They're saying that there are all of these issues with it, but nobody's providing an answer as to what should we be, what does it mean to be a man? And so in that context, Andrew Tate started putting together material that was saying being a man means showing responsibility in this way, being able to interact with women and show your value in this way. And so he began to show what he thought the answer was to those questions. And so like that ends up being the cultural context in which Andrew Tate became relevant, because he started answering the question for men, what does it mean to be masculine?
Yes, including using cam girls to raise money and teaching people how to scam people.
On that, he thought it was being entrepreneurial. That's how he would have argued. So he would have said, like, this is superior because you're using all of these skills to accumulate wealth, because wealth is a sign of masculinity.
Well, let's see what Andrew Tate says about his conversion. Again, this is very early on in his Islamic career, so everyone still loved him. The Dawists still loved him, although he says some things here that might be a little telling for future reference. And of course, here is Thaddeus's best friend, Muhammad Hijab.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious, right, to see what Muhammad Hijab, because I'm going to be looking at this in the light of what's been revealed about Muhammad Hijab since then, and you know, in relation to
I'm starting to wonder if he took
always
some
been
of
known about Andrew Tate. So
I'm starting to wonder if he took some of Andrew Tate's classes there.
Uh-huh.
Wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are in the presence of a cultural icon, a physical specimen, a controversialist, a master orator, a champ. And we've also got Andrew Tate.
That was smooth. I like that. I was sitting there thinking, I'll take this introduction. I'll take this. But thank you.
How you doing, man?
I'm good, G. You?
You're good, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people who've been following me for a while understand that I've been very respectful of Islam for a long time.
Yeah, sure.
I was born in a Christian country. I was raised as a Christian. And I've always been very respectful of Islam. And it's become more and more obvious to me and more pertinent that Islam is the last religion on the planet.
Mm.
When I talk about Islam, because I'm new to it,
yeah,
I'm a little bit careful, right? Because I'm new to it. I'm certainly not a scholar. There's so much I need to learn. I know I'm on a learning journey. I'm not here to sit there and talk scripture. I don't know those things yet.
Was that Thaddeus?
I said, liar, he's not on a learning journey. You think he spent 1 minute learning about Islam after he converted? I don't.
Well, again, I'm just looking for his most powerful points of why he converted so far.
Well, because it's the last religion.
Not will be the last religion.
It's the only religion, because obviously we all know that true religion is about abusing women, and thus Islam's the last one that still abuses women, and it's the only religion left.
Yeah, but what do you think he means by true religion here? Like, what counts as evidence for what is a true religion or not for Andrew Tate?
According to him, being willing to kill someone over it. Which honestly, it's a Muslim mindset.
I think overall the context here is that he thinks that morality and justice are so important. Like, he complained about Christians in the past, saying that Christians in America are too weak to enforce their morality, because he thinks that religion is about morality and social structure and enforcing that, which is why he respects his understanding from the outside of Islamic culture.
Well, in that case, if you just want a list of rules to tell you to do every single thing in your life, including wiping your butt with stones, and if you don't wipe your butt with stones, by the way, you're not following the Sunnah of Muhammad, which, oh, that's so good for you, and which foot to step in the bathroom with, how to wake up in the morning, how to eat, how to break fast, how to do every little bit of your life. Okay. I think you might have found Islam.
Yes, but in the cultural context of America, like, men were struggling to figure out, what does it mean to be masculine? How do I like end up being successful in the world after all of this weird economic stuff? What do I do after the Me Too movement? How do I even flirt or interact with women? And they didn't know how to have that conversation or ask those questions. Like, that's why people like Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate helped give a lot of men structure and order, because they did not know how to do these things. Like, a lot of we talk about like how there was a generation of men who are fatherless, or they didn't have any role models to look up to. Nobody taught them these things. They were looking for structure. They were looking for rules. I mean, I'm not saying that that's the right question to be asking, but that's why that all the things that you said were kind of what a lot of men were looking for.
No, I was saying that, yeah, that lines up with what Islam is. Now, again, Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson took two extremely different ways. Andrew Tate has a habit of using women. I wouldn't say Jordan Peterson has it. And again, he doesn't buy their Allah. So let's see what else he has, what other points he gives on this little why he converted video.
I'm here to learn.
Yeah.
But
and we're here for your assistance.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Honestly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But it's just, for me, it feels like the last religion on earth. I feel like there's no other religion. People say to me, why did you convert? I said, I don't really feel it as a conversion. It's almost like I knew God was real and now I've become religious. And they say, well, you were religious before. I was like, religious before how? Christian?
No one, I guarantee no one said you were religious before.
No. You're very much an atheist, very much preaching that concept of atheism. Not really preaching Christianity. Now, you might have called yourself a cultural Christian. Sure.
I mean, maybe.
No.
Well,
I don't know if he even ever claimed that.
Here's the unfortunate thing that happened here. At the time, Andrew Tate was trying to start his own social media push. He was very successful at getting other people to push his hyper-masculinity message because that was an answer to questions that a lot of men had. And he opened up Hustler University in order to supposedly teach men how to be more manly. And he got a lot of traction from at that point too. Like in 2022, Andrew Tate was the most Googled name out of all names at that point in time. And so he was very relevant. And now I forgot where I was going. What were you talking about? Yay.
Hustlers University, the most respected university of mankind. Definitely not teaching you how to make cam girls and use
They do offer a PhD, you know. So
they do? That's hilarious.
PhD.
Wait, do you have this PhD?
No.
I most certainly do not.
So Aladdin again showing his amazing insights that he has never actually read a Bible ever. So he's talking about abusing women. Why your God have only begotten son, not daughter. Why he come in image of man, not woman. Okay.
My suggestion to Aladdin, who says that he's been spending 30 years studying the Bible, yet for some reason he can't answer a simple question. Like, he could have just pretended and Googled and gotten an answer to my question about how the Bible describes the crucifixion. But instead of doing that, he goes to the one verse he could think of, which was John 3:16, literally the most famous verse in the entire Bible, you know, because scholars of religion for 30 years, they know one verse in the entire Bible that they can go to for answer every question, I'm sure. And then the rest of his verses always are the same ones that every Dawa script says to quote. And Zakir Naik, for example, said that you only need to learn 50 verses. You learn 50 verses of the Bible, and that's all you ever need to talk to Christians. And for some reason, all of Aladdin's always come off those 50. Probably just about the first 10 of them, honestly. But, you know, he's been studying for 30 years. So my advice to him is, instead of studying religion, how about study English? Learn how to write complete sentences that actually are coherent and make sense. That would be my suggestion to the great scholar.
Again, where in the world do you get that for some reason childbearing for women is somehow a sin? Because it's not.
I just want to say I appreciate this question because now I remembered my train of thought. Thank you very much, sir.
No, again, it's not a sin in Christianity. If anything, it's a great thing in Christianity. Childbirth is. So again, dude, just actually read the Bible. Stop making stupid claims. Pick it up and actually read it yourself. Oh.
Yeah, cleanliness has nothing to do with morality, by the way. Ritual cleanliness. It has nothing to do with morality. So you don't even understand the basics of the Bible, and yet you're trying to lecture us on how it's abusive to women or whatever.
In Islam, you can interchange it. So
okay, yeah, that's fair.
That's where he's coming from, because again, he's coming from the Islamic mindset. He's not coming from a Christian mindset. He has no understanding of what the Bible actually teaches. So throw his conversion video back up. Oh, Joey, did you want to add anything else?
Oh yeah, the thing that made Andrew Tate like really come into the whole cultural conversation was actually conservatives kept platforming him because he kept talking out against the liberal left, and so a lot of people like Matt Walsh or whatever ended up platforming him, and then there were Christians that started saying, "Oh, he sounds like he's really close to being a Christian," and so Christians did support him for a while and talk about him like he was a Christian. So some of the context of this was at the time many people considered him like a Christian value leader of some sort.
Oh my God.
Oh, I know. I agree that that's bad. Like, I don't think that that's the case. I mean, there are a lot of cultural leaders for Christians that aren't Christian at this point in time. So, but I'm saying that within the cultural context, what he's saying did make sense. Like, people did see him as coming from Christianity at that point.
I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying that, kind of implicitly offering a laughing commentary that how sad that is that people are looking to a guy who is literally bragging about committing fraud and, prostituting women and whatnot as a value leader for the church.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was seeing, this is why I think it's strange. I agree with you, but a lot of Christians thought that he was hearkening back to traditional masculine roles. And a lot of what he said on the surface sounded like maybe he actually agrees with what we're saying, but his underlying idea was something like works. It's that men get their value from what they produce, not from the fact that like they were God's children.
Yeah, again, it's what they say and what they do is completely and utterly different. Be careful, be discerning, ladies and gentlemen, and look at their actions. Again, we can look at the same thing as being said to Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X about the Nation of Islam and what they were selling him, and then we look at the sources and say, underneath the surface, no, that's not what's there. It's like buying a brand new car and you look under the hood and it's like, the engine's missing, guys. It ain't actually here. You told me it was XYZ and it's not. It's not an actual functioning car. Let's see what other great points Andrew Tate has.
What does Christian mean? Like, who's not a Christian? You go to Christian nations and everyone says they're a Christian. Look how they live their lives. Go into the average church. Is anyone actually fearful of God? Anybody? Mm-hmm. No. The girls are out on Saturday night drinking, and then they turn up to church because their parents made them.
May I suggest that you get actually good churches? Because that's not every church, although he's painting it.
Do you really think Andrew Tate ever went to a church? I mean, let's be honest here. Do you think he ever went to a church?
I think he did.
He might have gone. I think he may have. Right. He may have. But do you really think he asked everyone in the church, do you fear God? Do you fear God? And if you did ask someone that, that sounds like you're trying to intimidate them and beat them up or something. Like, do you fear God?
Now,
yes, sir.
Are there churches like this that have people in the congregation who act similar to this behavior? Sure.
Yeah, but a couple of
he's
things.
Painting it is it's an absolute.
I think he's talking about his personal experiences at church, and I have like run into churches that are like that. So I don't think he's just making up what he's saying there.
No, a lot of them are progressive churches that he would be going to. There are definitely churches, definitely in California. I've been to them that definitely
throw California under the bus.
Acting like this. But that's not, again, he's making an absolute statement. And when you make absolute statements like this, it makes a fool out of you. Because all it takes is one person, one exception to your absolute statement to just disprove everything you said. Now, if he were to say that, there's a bunch of churches doing this over in this period. I've been to like 5 of them, and they all have this sort of mentality. Okay, that's a good statement. I don't
Yeah,
agree
he's
with
not
the
making.
concept, but it's a
He's
good
not a
statement.
philosopher. He's not making a philosophical statement. He's saying this is a generalized statement. This is just kind of like
He's making an absolute statement. There's a difference. Now, let's go ahead and listen to it again in case I'm missing something. Because I'm not perfect. I could definitely be missing something.
Nations and everyone says they're a Christian. Look how what does Christian mean? Like, who's not a Christian? You go to Christian nations and everyone says they're a Christian. Look how they live their lives. Go into the average church. Is anyone actually fearful of God? And
the average church, is anyone actually fearful of God who isn't a Christian? Go to any Christian nation. They all say they're Christian.
Okay, so
what
there's
Christian
a number
nation
of
are you going
here.
to?
Yeah, well, there's a number of problems. First of all, I mean, he's from, or I don't know if he's living in the U.S. or the U.K. at this time. He's kind of from both areas at different parts in his life. So when he's doing this church hopping, I don't know. But there's a massive difference between the United States and the U.K. or U.K. and France or any two countries. In most European countries, very few people attend church. They might check Christian on a survey or something, but they don't attend church. So you're already in a very different group if you're talking about just all people and people who attend church. That's also true in the United States to a lesser extent, that the percentage of the population that regularly attends church is much, much less than the percentage that calls themselves Christian. Then you got variations between different churches, variations between different people who attend the same church. Right, so you can't just say, all those Christians, they're cultural, they don't really believe in it. Well, I mean, he's sitting right next to a Muslim da'i who, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't really believe in Islam because he took a false oath under Allah's name, which is like one of the worst things you can do as a Muslim. And he's just like, no big deal. And then when one of his Muslim brothers called him out on it and said, you can't make false oaths in Allah's name. You can lie all you want, but you can't make false oaths. His response was, I'm going to blackmail you and destroy your career. So I don't think he's a real Muslim, right? And he has a very, very, very high degree of religiosity. So if we're just going based on appearances, that's a really dumb way to judge.
Like on here, when he's saying that, when he's talking about Christians, he's saying that they don't respect or really believe because he thinks that belief is fundamentally about following moral rules. Like part of Tate's whole thing is personal development through discipline and structure. And so what he's saying is he sees that Christians seem to not be disciplined and seem to not have structure. And he thinks that that's indicative of the religion itself being weak. And I would say he misunderstands what Christianity is there, but that is way closer to what he's trying to communicate here.
Yeah, but I actually would agree, right? I would actually agree that, a majority Christian country, whether it's the UK or United States or anywhere, well, maybe not in Africa where belief is actually very high, but there's a huge difference between someone who checks the box Christian, so the culture of the area, and, what actual religious believers believe. And that's fair, right? That is completely fair to say barely anyone actually follows the teachings of the religion, but of course that's also exactly what the Bible says, right? That lots of people will say that they're following God, but very few actually will. But what he's not acknowledging is the same thing is true in Islam, right? You go to, say, Dubai, where Andrew Tate has a lot of experience in Dubai. You go there and you'll see lots of people who don't seem to have any care of Islam on a day-to-day basis. Now, you ask them, are you Muslim? They'll say, oh, yeah, definitely. And then or if you insult Muhammad, they will definitely make a show about it. But that doesn't mean that they are representing the religion. Just because they say I'm Muslim doesn't necessarily mean they're representing the teachings of the religion, nor does the cultural Christendom mean that Christianity is failing and has disappeared and is no longer a valid religion.
That really makes me want to ask then how do we end up having those discussions and not having double standards? Because it almost sounds to me like we're saying, well, Muslims don't live up to these standards of their own, therefore they have a problem. But when Christians don't live up to it, oh, well, sometimes like we just don't actually follow through. Like, is that not like a double standard here?
Do you mind if I contribute here? So my take on this would be, and this is the same thing that I try to talk to with people in person. Can you guys hear me okay, though? So one of the pushbacks that I get on Christianity in general from a lot of people is, oh, I went to, for example, say Catholic church growing up, or I went to, I guess it'd be Mass, or I went to Catholic school growing up, and, you know, I saw this and that and the other happen, and I didn't like this and that and the other, and these people and those people were not treating others well, weren't really like reflecting what I see in the Bible, and so I think I'm just going to not be a Christian. I don't really like all that. And it's like, well, okay, hold on. So as Christians, we do need to acknowledge, look, there is hypocrisy, as I think Eric was mentioning earlier, like there is hypocrisy in Christianity as well, but it's not because it's fundamental within Christianity and within Christian teachings. It's because we are all sinners. We're all fall short of the glory of God. We all need him. And so in Christianity, we need to be very careful to go and recognize, like, look, we need to do better as Christians to better reflect the love and the light and the life of Christ, and to point to him as the way, not ourselves, not our own fallen traits, not to be propping ourselves up in those things, but to instead encourage other people, for example, in these situations, this is exactly the reason that we need Christ, or at least one of the many reasons that we need Christ, is because we are all fallen short. We all are sinners, and we shouldn't be judging whether or not Christianity is true based on the bad actions of, you know, whatever you want to call them, bad actors, essentially, which we could all fall under, sadly, at times. Hence, again, why we need Christ. But to judge Christianity based on the truth of Christ and who Christ is and who Christ calls us to be, not in how we fall short in these ways, but in what he calls us to live up to in himself. And so I think that that is more of a fair judgment. And so when Eric is pulling up sources of Islam, like Muhammad was a white man that owned Black African slaves, or Muhammad commanded this and that and the other, it's not that it's like, oh, well, some Muslims did some bad things, and when Christians do some bad things, no big deal. Instead, it's, look, this is, in Islam, one of the fundamental things that people that aren't familiar with Islam might not realize is you are pretty much commanded to replicate anything that you can replicate of Muhammad. That is how you be a true Muslim, is you follow the sunnah of the Prophet. And so you are supposed to live up to who Muhammad was. Now, there are some exceptions for him, you know, 4 wives for you, more for me type thing from Muhammad. So not in those ways. And Muslim Dawah guys have discussed what some of those things may be, including that. But in everything that they can do, they're supposed to. And so versus in Christianity, we're also supposed to be like Christ, but there's a huge difference between what these two lives look like. If we're called to live like Christ, we're called to truth. We're called to love. We're called to, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. We have these basic principles that would really reach out to a lot of the culture. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on the culture side of this more, Joey, because Christ is the ultimate solution. But if we do go based on Muhammad's life, not just based on what random Muslims did, because most Muslims aren't going to be anything like Islam, in the same way that sadly a lot of Christians are not going to be like Christianity. But again, it's not about that. It's about what is it teaching? What are they called to? And so, yes, we should call out bad acting on both sides, on any side, because we should be pointing to what the truth is and what we're called to be. So, yeah. So if in Islam, you're commanded to treat others with hostility, to treat others as slaves, to subjugate others, to lie and deceive others, to do all these things, then that's not cool. And yet, in order to kind of still bring people into Islam, you're commanded to lie about all of these things and all of the sources if it would help convince them to join Islam. And once they join Islam, even if they find out the truth, they're not really supposed to leave. And if they do, then there's things to kind of make them stay. But especially if they continue on this deception as they stay within Islam, then they're spreading it to others as well, which is what Eric was bringing up earlier about how all these pop culture figures have such a bad impact on so many people because they're saying, oh no, Islam really is the religion of peace. Oh no, Islam really is this religion of beauty and racial equality and all that, because they're giving a false perception. Even if they themselves have been deceived into it, it's still propagating that. And truth matters so much for perception of reality because everything we do is based on our perception of reality. But for anybody who wants to go more into like the lying side of things, Thaddeus does have a video talking about how lying is obligatory in Islam. If it would make Islam look good. Your brother in Christ, Eric, has dealt with that as well. I think Thaddeus has a short and maybe a live stream, and I'm sure Eric has done a bunch of different types of content on that as well. I have a video on Allah, the best of the deceivers. But circling back to the culture side of things, Joey, does that kind of make sense? And what are your thoughts on the real ramifications of that?
Good question. I guess I got stuck at the point where we talked about how people were deceived and the truth is important. Like, I think in order to get from people from the false perception over to truth, you have to understand why they were deceived. Like because at that point in time, if people are stuck on a belief that isn't true for reasons that aren't true because they want an answer for this kind of question, then we gotta, even if it's all untrue, we gotta understand those untruths so that we can answer it there. If we just give like objectively true answers, they're not going to understand what they are because they're not related to like what they think their question is. Like, part of our job as apologists is to understand the questions that people are asking and answer them. And I think a lot of that time it means going, oh, I know that we have the truth here, but we have to understand their perception to understand where they're coming from and then answer their question within that context, even though that's a lie, it's deceit, it's just their perception and it's not the truth. I mean, that's why, like, I think understanding Andrew Tate's crazy views around what he thinks Islam is more important in this conversation than knowing what Islam is. Because if people are being convinced away from Christianity or towards Islam through that, then we have to understand why. And like whether or not like Muhammad had slaves or not, in my mind, doesn't have to do with anything, because it doesn't help answer the question that people have in culture. It doesn't negate his the influence that Andrew Tate actually has, which is why I'm still trying to figure out, like, is the important thing here to try to figure out if what Andrew Tate is saying is true in terms of like a reflection of Islam, or are we trying to figure out why is he relevant? What are the questions that people in culture think that he is doing a better job answering than Christians today, so that we can make an adjustment and then answer the question better? Because like as a cultural apologist, I know I come out on let's try to figure out why he is influential and then be able to answer the questions that he answers, but do a better job than him. And it's Andrew Tate. I don't think it's hard. So like I mean, like, but if we just focus on what the original Hadith said, that's not going to convince anybody who's been deceived by Andrew Tate. So does that answer your question?
So I think that's a very good point, right? Because there's a difference between arguments that hold up intellectually, arguments that, you know, might win points in a technical debate, and arguments that are persuasive to people. And they too often, I mean, they can overlap, but they often don't, right? That the most intellectual arguments often reach very few people, right? Are very ineffective. And then most people make their decisions about religion and other things in life based on their experience, based on emotional circumstances, based on family and friends, what they're doing, and cultural influencers like Andrew Tate, right? They make their decisions based on these things as opposed to, like, you know, carefully laying out all the facts. So you're making a very good point there. So to answer your question, I think the appeal of Andrew Tate, I'll phrase it from a positive standpoint and then a negative standpoint. So from the positive standpoint, like something that we could actually at least potentially agree with, is a pushback against the overreach of feminism, right? There's no question that historically women were given unequal rights, were treated in ways that were not appropriate. I would agree with that. But then, you push to a point of where things should be, where you want to call that equality or fairness or whatever. And then you keep pushing further, and then that creates a boomerang reaction, push back the other way. That's one of the appeals of Andrew Tate. Now, from a negative side, I think a lot of the appeal is just pure carnal desire, right? He projects power, projects influence, projects money, wealth, all kinds of things that people carnally desire. And I don't think that there's anything we can do to, push back against that, so to speak. Right. So a lot of people who are Andrew Tate fans are let's just say have below average income. I'm not like putting someone down for that. I'm just saying as a matter of fact. And they look up and say, he did it, right? He achieved all this. And if I follow his formula, I can do the same thing, right? I can get women, I can get wealth, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's kind of two reasons that he was able to be so successful and appeal to a large number of mostly young men, one of which we can do, provide answers, better answers to, the other which is just kind of human nature of desiring things that are sinful.
I think I disagree with you on the second part, because like his understanding of what it is to be human, where humans get their value, or specifically where men get their value, is from what they produce. And so the whole making wealth thing was a function of him saying, this is how we as men increase our social value so that we can be more valuable to ourselves, to society, and ultimately, really for Tate, it's for women. Because if we increase our social value, then women will see our value, and then we'll be able to get them. Because a lot of what Andrew Tate is playing into is the story that men tell themselves that, oh, like I keep getting shot down. Why is that? Oh, it's because women are intrinsically bad. It's not that there's something wrong with me. But he's also giving men concrete steps on how to do that. I think we can answer all of those questions better. That the wealth part of it is just an outcome of the view. You attack the underlying views and you show what the superior answer is there. And like here, the thing is, I've done this with people before. Like I did basically like street evangelism at a college out here, and we just asked people questions. One of the guys was asking about Neil Strauss's The Game, the beginning of like the pickup artist community, which Andrew Tate eventually came out of. And I was able to go through and say, hey, I know what question you're asking here. Like you're asking, like, how do we end up talking to women better, and how do we understand the game? And there's two different theories there. There's Neil Strauss's theory, which is you understand the game in order to get the opportunity to talk to women and maybe have a relationship and get married to women that you wouldn't otherwise get. And then there was Mystery, who said, no, the value is in the rules themselves. And I said, okay, so since you already know the game, buddy, like this is how the gospel functions. Most people think it's like Mystery and it's about following these rules, but it's not. It's towards the end of understanding our broken relationship with God and then how to resolve it. And he's like, oh, okay, like that's essentially what I think we need to do with everything, as opposed to go over and say, hey, you have this problem with your view here. Now I can't really address it, because I think people think in worldviews. They're just weird value-based worldviews rather than philosophical or even theological ones.
Thank you. That's very well put. I have no pushback.
Very well said. Okay. Let's see what else Andrew has to say about it. Again, I think you're right on the feelings part, because again, that was his basis. I feel that Islam is the only true religion. So,
well, I mean, in fairness, I was talking about people in general, not Andrew Tate. I'm not suggesting that he made an emotional choice. I think he actually made a very specific, you could say, rational choice, but it wasn't because he intellectually decided Islam was the truth, but rather he decided it was to his maximum benefit to convert. But that's beside the point.
I don't know if it best fits here or elsewhere, but speaking on that train of thought, it is actually very in line with Islam, the way that Andrew Tate sees reality. And Joanne and I were talking a while back about how Andrew Tate actually sees reality and functions within reality. So I think that he could add to that side of things as well. But yeah, Islam is about maximizing personal benefit. And Joey, do you want to share what you were saying earlier?
My ADHD does not remember what I was saying earlier.
So you were saying about how Andrew Tate, like, some people think that like his whole purpose is to like attack women, but you kind of were like trying to understand his actual perspective better. And so we were talking about how Andrew Tate seems to just want to be in whatever is going to be maximally beneficial for him. Which I'm sure Eric has like a long list of ways that that's true for Muhammad. He and I have like devised quite a list for several videos on that. But as far as Andrew Tate, like, what does that look like, and how do other people kind of follow suit in that, like within the culture? Because I see that a whole lot, that it's all about like what's best for you, live your truth, like kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it's basically twofold. Like in Andrew Tate's head, he thinks that every individual, or mostly men, can change what their value is, but oftentimes that comes from like making sure that other people can't rise higher. Is that part of the conversation that you're referring to, El, or was it a different part?
Essentially the narcissism side of things, although that word itself wasn't used. But what Thaddeus was saying, I think that was well put, in that it probably was a very tactical decision. And I think that's important to call out, because a lot of people aren't making these decisions tactically. Eric, you pulled up earlier Ali Dalla's clip. I mean, I think he was genuinely deceived. He thought that the scientific miracles were true, and that pulled him in. And I'm sure you could pull that up with other people as well. And something that I love that Hatun Tash does whenever she talks to Muslims is she typically asks them, why are you a Muslim? And they give answers. And so to what kind of everybody's been saying in this is, it's very important to understand what those answers are, why they're choosing this, and how Christianity is the better option.
And you know what? The audience themselves gets to weigh in, because I do have a poll going. Is Andrew Tate a true Muslim? I will definitely chime in with my opinion here in a little bit once we are finished with the video.
I don't even know what that means. Because according to Islam, no one is a true Muslim. Not Allah, not Muhammad, not Jesus.
Hey, let the audience make a decision, and we'll go with that. Okay, then we can review, and you can give your opinion afterwards. Let's see what else he has to say here.
Anybody? No, the girls were out on Saturday night drinking, and then they turn up to church because their parents made them. Like there's no substance to the religion. And also, Islam very closely reflects my personal beliefs. Through my personal life, I've learned that if you don't have standards and you're not a strong person who's prepared to defend his ideas, you will be crushed.
Yes.
And we look at most religions in the world today, which are not prepared to defend their ideas. What's happened to them? They're just getting crushed. And now we have Christianity as an idea, which has basically said, well, we can't set any firm rules because everyone will just quit. So instead, let's make it so easy to be a Christian that nobody has to put any effort in.
Yeah.
And then accept everybody no matter what. And hopefully.
Go ahead.
So, he's actually kind of correct that at least in certain circles, Christianity has developed what we call, I'll just be explicit here, what we call mainline denominations, right, in the Pew classification system. By and large, there's an attitude of, we need to accommodate the culture. We need to change our beliefs to match the culture so that it appeals to more people. When you do that, you end up standing for nothing. And Tate's not wrong about that. And I do think that he is actually being, more or less genuine here, in that one thing he likes about Islam is, at least in his perception, it might not always match reality because we have a very narrow view of Islam. It's actually very broad, very different in different parts of the world. But in his view of Islam, and the kind of Islam that you see on online people is, we have very firm standards. We won't compromise those for anyone. We don't care if you think that our standards are disgusting or whatever. And there's a certain appeal to that, right? There's a certain appeal to standing firm for something, even if it's something that sounds crazy to a lot of people. The mere fact that you're willing to stand for something is often very attractive to people. And I think that he's correct that this is something Islam has done very well, a very good job of projecting itself as having.
I just wonder
But the reason I wanted to stop there, sorry,
Okay.
I forgot, but the reason I wanted to stop there specifically is I wanted to say, are you willing to stand for your beliefs? Are you willing to stand firm regardless of the consequences? Because I know I am, and I happen to be a Christian, so it's obviously not universal.
I would happen to say so. I definitely would. I've stood on them and stake my life on them and continue going. But yeah, I would just wonder what his opinion would be now that we're seeing this avalanche of apostasy happening, this mass evacuation from Islam happening worldwide. I just wonder what is, because if you use that standard, then Islam's not looking too good using the standards Tate just put forth.
So yeah, a couple things on this. So your brother in Christ, I know that you've talked a lot about how Islam means submission. Islam means you have to essentially be forced into everything if you don't want to do it yourself, or else essentially there is a backup option, as Thaddeus was saying, which is death. And so I think it is kind of wild that Andrew Tate is like, oh, well, Christianity is just like, I'm here because my mom made me. But that's not actually Christianity. Also, it's not bad for parents to encourage their kids to do things that are good for them. But that said, we kind of see the contrast in how this kind of bleeds together, because as Christians, your brother in Christ, let me ask you this question. Do you believe that you're born into Christianity?
I am not born into Christianity.
Do you
I
believe
do not
that
inherit my family's religion?
Yeah. Okay. So exactly. So and do the rest of you guys agree that that's the Christian idea?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Okay. So then, as a Muslim, your brother in Christ, what do the sources say? Are you born into Islam?
Every single person is born into Islam. It is from the beginning, according to the Hadith. It is that Allah rubbed Adam's back and pulled out the descendants and then stood before them and said, I am God. That way no one on the day of resurrection can differ that they did not know that Allah was God. Yes, the reason why he rubs the back is that's where the sperm come from. Yes, the Hadith is describing Allah as giving Adam the first hand job.
So that graphic description aside, now that we understand the fundamental difference, hopefully, or at least have, even if not everyone fully understands them yet, at least approach the topic of the fundamental difference in Christians are not born into Christianity. It's a decision that we are extended via Christ's sacrifice, versus Muslims are, in a sense, forced into Islam and then only kind of have the option of leaving. Even those who have never purposely chosen Islam to begin with. And you were talking, Eric, about how there's this avalanche of apostasy, which Joey probably isn't familiar with, but essentially is this shocking statistics that are coming out about the number of people that are leaving Islam super rapidly. But I'm kind of interested to see the cultural perspective on these things now that I've hopefully kind of tied this together and not like done too many rabbit trails, which I've kind of done too, is one of the common things that we get in the comments. In fact, I haven't been looking at the comments for a while on here, but it's very possible even in this stream, if you scroll back through, that you might see this somewhere, is that Islam is the fastest growing religion. And so this is put forward as an argument that Islam must be true. And something that your brother in Christ has been bringing up through this stream has been, well, wait a second, these pop culture figures are proclaiming Islam, they're making it popular, they're making it hip, they're making it cool, and yet behind the scenes, there's this, avalanche of apostasy. People are leaving like crazy. Regardless of the situation, for however many numbers are actually following and not, which according to Islam, no one's actually following. And it's the fastest dying religion. That aside, what do you think the ramifications are in the real world outside of this like Islamic world of like how many people follow a certain perspective? Does that change the truth of it, or the value of it, or the importance of it? Is there any kind of cultural ramification on that? Is that a common perspective that people have, that the more people follow something, like the better it is that I do, or what does that look like?
Man, I think in culture today, like, because being an individual and paving your own way authentically and looking inside to find what your own spirituality or identity is, like how big or fast something else is growing is largely irrelevant, at least in most postmodern discussions today. It might actually be like antithetical to the discussion, because if everyone is already holding to this one view, or this one view is growing, then maybe that's not the view that best expresses me or my identity. And also the whole like fastest growing is always a weird thing, because are they talking in numbers or percentages? Because like in percentages, the smallest cult group that has one person and then gets 29 other people is gonna outperform every other group. So it just sounds like a sales pitch to me.
I would agree. That seems to be a sales pitch that only fits now. Again, I would say the avalanche apostasy primarily goes back to us getting access to the actual sources and being able to read and being able to fact check this, that like Muhammad Ali did not have access to, that Malcolm X did not have access to. These sort of sources in a language we can understand. That's important, because then we can fact check and say, oh, well, they're saying XYZ. That's not actually what Islam teaches in the end. And again, we're comparing, we're looking at Muhammad being the ideal man, just like we would in Christianity look at Jesus being the ideal man. If Jesus was going around trading slaves and taking slaves by force, and then Christians started going around saying, oh, look, we're the religion of abolishing slavery. Our ideal man is a slave trader, but we're the ones abolishing it. I'd have an issue with it, because I'd be like, oh, no, that seems like, no, that definitely doesn't seem to be true. So that's why I go back to the sources and just highlighting, saying, hey, this is what it actually teaches, and definitely does impact the Muslims in the chat, because again, I can show that I'm not lying. These are the actual, that's what it actually says. So yes, it's a balancing act. But anything else to add to this section, or should we continue?
We can continue.
We can keep the church doors open. That's not God to me. God to me is strong. God to me is something to be feared. God to me is someone that people are afraid to mock. God to me is someone that you have to go out of your way to prove something to. God to me has red lines. Like God to me represents the Islamic faith. The Christian God to me, I don't see God. I can't explain. I don't see anything.
You have to prove yourself to this God.
Exactly. That's what I was going to point out. That's wild to me. You have to go out of your way to prove yourself to God. What does that even mean? Now, I can kind of see what that could mean in light of, like, I guess Andrew Tate, where he's coming from. Identity is all based on what he does. But in light of God, if God is the creator of all, and he knows us, he knows everything about how he created us, he knows everything we've ever done, we have to go out of our way to prove ourselves to him? Now, he calls us to high standards, absolutely. But he knows we fail them. Not that makes it okay, but he loves us so much that he was willing to lay down his life for us, to sacrifice himself and resurrect so that we could be in a relationship with him. In fact, it's very clear in the Bible that it's not by works that none may boast. So this is a huge conflict with someone like Tate, who the entire point seems to be, or at least a huge part of it seems to be, to boast. Oh God, look, I'm this, I'm that, I'm everything. Look at me. No.
You got your Bakari or whatever. What is a car he always ends up preaching to everyone?
Oh.
Bakari.
Bugatti.
Bugatti. I'm not a car dude. Yeah, what color is your Bugatti?
Yeah.
No, it's not what you're showing. Yeah, Christianity is not a show religion, although Islam is, and you do have to earn, and you do have to prove yourself to God, and you do have to pass these trials, and you do have to do it in a way that shows everyone how virtuous and good you are, and make sure that that Muslim image stays there.
I have some bad news.
Oh, God.
I have some bad news for Andrew Tate. This isn't a unique trait of Islam. This is literally every religion other than Christianity, that you have to earn your own way and prove yourselves to the God or gods. And there is a certain appeal to that, right? There's a certain appeal to say, I have done X, Y, and Z. I deserve this in return from my God or gods. So I understand why there's a certain appeal, but this is not like some special trait of Islam or something.
I don't know if all of you guys have seen Usama Dakdok's Straight Way of Grace Ministries video. Anyone who came to the conference and participated in full probably saw it a few times, either this past year or the first year, the Ohio Seek and Share Truth Conference. And I highly encourage that you guys are all there this year as well. But I bring that up because exactly what you were saying, Thaddeus, it's not unique to Islam. In fact, Christianity is the unique one. In fact, the Straight Way of Grace Ministries video is titled The Uniqueness of Christianity, because every other religion, it's about what you do. Versus Christianity, it's not about what we can do. It's about what God does. And so it's not me, I do this, I am great in this way, I'm great in that way. Look at me, God, I'm the best. It's God, look at you. You are so good. You are so great. You alone are holy. You alone are perfect. So, yeah, these are really important things to highlight.
Yeah, just going off of that concept, just what Tate's doing, and yeah, it's throughout all other religions that deal with some sort of redemption process, it is on you. It's control. Who is in control? Is Tate in control of his life? Or does he turn that control over to God and say, I give up control. I cannot earn my salvation. It is something that is given to me through grace. It's off of my shoulders. I am not in control of it. Taking your hands off the wheel. Joey, do you want to add anything to us, or?
So then, with that, all of this good information in mind, what do you guys think should be said to Tate in order to help him understand that, especially in the context of Islam? If he really wants, like, his value to come from what he does in Islam, then what do you do? How do you argue with that, given that he wants that?
If I am debating him, I wouldn't be doing it to show him. I'd be using it to show his audience what the actual sources say, what it actually teaches, and how Christianity doesn't align with what he's claiming. As far as him, as far as his redemption part, I don't think he is at a position that he is ready for the message of the gospel. I think at this point, he needs to be, to tell you truthfully, broken. First, he needs to hit the end of the road. He needs to hit he needs to hit rock bottom before he can receive the gospel and actually be fertile ground. I think he's too prideful at this point.
I think on that, if you take his assumptions and you push them within the context of Islam, then you could probably show that he is an apostate according to the standards of how he could earn his own value in Islam. What do you think, Al?
And can you specify your question?
Yeah, if Andrew Tate wants to have like a high standard and high rules in order that he can go, oh, look what I've done. I've been able to achieve this because that is how I understand my value, not just as a man, but as my value before God. Like, could you go over how it's impossible for him to earn that under the assumptions of like Islam being true, that he would still be takfir?
Yeah, absolutely. So I just did a whole video on takfir, which I know has already been referenced as far as the concept of takfir in this stream. And so essentially takfir means to call someone else an unbeliever, a kafir, an apostate. And so what I've been trying to do, and I just launched an apostasy series, apostasy within Islam series, or I guess out of Islam, because I think that this is a really important concept for everyone to kind of start to get a grasp on it if they are a Muslim or dealing with anyone who is in Islam. Because as I've already alluded to, within Islam, I'm not sure what the poll results are. I don't currently see those. But according to Islam, you are incapable of ever living up to the Islamic standards. Partly because the standards are so contradictory that they are quite literally impossible. I mean, you can try to hand wave some of them because of essentially older verses being replaced by newer verses via abrogation. But abrogation kind of falls flat on its face in a lot of ways. And regardless, according to Islam, Allah is the one who chooses if you are led astray, if you're not. And if you even have a doubt, then you're already an apostate. And even if you don't have a doubt, well, then you're an apostate because you have wrong belief. There's just so many problems. And so through the series, I hope to kind of highlight that even more, that you can never live up to the standards of Islam. But it does make a difference, especially when people do think, oh, well, I'm good enough, I'm getting into heaven. Well, it doesn't really work in any religion, first of all, because all other religions are false. So you're not going to get into a heaven that doesn't exist in that kind of framework. But even in Christianity, we know that we can't live up, or at least we certainly don't. We've all chosen to go a different path than the optimal path other than Jesus Christ himself. Again, pointing to how we need him all the more. He is the solution. He was willing to take on the penalty for a sin, which is death, but then to resurrect and give us the eternal life. And so hopefully that answers your question a little bit. Was there more you were looking for, or is that kind of what you were asking about?
No, that's what I was asking about, because at that point in time, you can say, hey, I'm taking your underlying beliefs seriously and what you already value. And so let's actually push you completely into this system and see how you turn out, as opposed to saying, oh, here's problems with your system. You just go, okay, you're all in. According to these views that you want to adopt, you're not as valuable as you thought. Like, that's going to piss somebody out, like Tate, off. Like, instead of like, when earlier you're saying that, Eric, that somebody like Tate needs to be broken. Like, I think that there are things that we can do where we crash where they get their value with the underlying belief system. And then they go, oh man, this is super jarring. I don't like this. And at that point, you're not even making any claims of your own. You're only showing where their own values contradict to their beliefs. And at that point, they go, oh, how do I fix this? Then at that point, the people are going to be way more open to having answers.
You got a good point.
I'm just sitting here taking notes. I don't have anything to add.
Well, considering how hard All Dawa is going after Tate now, I think he's going to have a rude awakening. Hopefully. But we'll find out.
Do you have any of that in here?
I do not. But
do you want to
Muhammad Hijab's best friend and co-conspirator over there is backstabbing Tate as often as possible. Just look at his most recent video, immediately calling Tate out left and right.
I mean, who could have predicted this? I mean, surely no one could have thought when Tate converted, what was it, like a year and a half ago now, that eventually the Dawa boys would get tired of him constantly flouting half-naked women and whatnot every day, you know, and posting pictures of himself saying that he is his own god. I mean, who would have ever thought that would eventually create a problem?
Shocker. Definitely not everyone that looked at it.
Yeah, and just for some context, the Dawa gang has been definitely talk-fearing Tate. So, it's one of these weird situations. Like, how do you get that to translate into something that actually, I guess, helps people understand the fragility of this, and also the importance of it. I mean, this is life or death, physically, but also spiritually.
Yeah, this is your eternal soul here. Let's not play light games with it, shall we? It will be quite hazardous to your eternal salvation. So let's give him a little bit more, and then we'll move on to the next guy in line.
Thing there. So to me, it was the only logical choice in the end. And this is why perhaps I found God the way I did, because I understood all these things first, and then I saw the Quran, and it confirmed so many things for me. You know, like even the conversations I've been having so far, so many things have been confirmed, and it's amazing the knowledge that's inside of it, which is so applicable today. For an old book, right? You know, it's supposed to be old, but it seems so timeless.
Please be specific. I would love to hear some actual specific references in that.
I'm going to put the odds that Andrew Tate read even one page of the Quran at less than 1%.
I would agree with what he's been saying. But I would like to, because, I mean, if you're going to make those sort of broad claims, I was like, wow, this is really, it's really impactful for this day and age. How? Where? Show me what it says. Show me what's impactful for it. And then we can talk about it. But if you just make broad statements like that, there's not really much substance there.
But it's truly amazing. But you're totally right. And the baseline morality, I don't think most people understand that when they're doing this under the guise of tolerance, when they're saying be so tolerant that you no longer believe in right from wrong, they're not doing that to make society a better place. They're doing that to empty your brain so that you have no resistance to the slave mind programming. They want to get you to a point where if they tell you the sky is green, you look at with your own eyes and you see blue, but no, the sky is green. That's what they want. So that you.
That's Islam. That is Islam.
Mohammed Hijab's over there saying, yeah. He's like, yep, that's exactly what I want. That's exactly
that
what
sounds
I want.
really good to me. Yeah. Make sure the women don't question anything. Make sure they just follow the hook, line, and sinker, and everyone gives me their money, gives a loan to Allah, which really means a loan to me.
Can you rewind just that section right there too? Because I'd be interested in hearing the cultural how Christianity can answer this better culturally as well, because there is a sense in which what he's saying here is actually almost, and I'm very hesitant to say this with anything Tate says, almost sounds like a breath of fresh air. We shouldn't just be falling for lies. We shouldn't just be programmed to believe whatever people tell us. But then it's but he's mixing that with programming people into believing whatever he says. So yeah, I would love to hear this section again, because it's so frustrating. It's yes, no.
Yeah, and I think this is the last real evidence he brings up in this. He also talks about being free thinker later on. We'll rewind in just a little bit. But again, I just want to share what Islam actually teaches about this. Because again, what Tate is saying are Christian concepts. Being able to think, being able to question. I mean, the foundation of science is Christianity. I know that's not a widely accepted term nowadays, but that is. All the founders of the scientific movement that we've seen have been Christians. You look at, I mean, even the writings of Newton that got the apple dropped on his head, even him. You look at that, and his statement is that I've got a T-shirt from David Wood about it, where it's that atheists haven't had enough teachers yet because they have got this weak theology. But in Islam, we see in Quran 5:101 that do not ask about things which, if shown to you, will distress you. Don't ask serious questions. Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. And even the next verse says that the people beforehand causes them to disbelieve, so they asked. And you don't ask, don't question, just take, just accept. That's the same thing I've been showing since the beginning here. Is a deep concept within Islam is blind obedience, that you need to just take whatever the scholars' rulings are and accept them, which is the opposite of what Tate's talking about here, as far as thinking things through and not being brainwashed. So I'll go ahead and hit play on this again.
Old, but it seems so timeless. But it's truly amazing. But you're totally right. And the baseline morality, I don't think most people understand that when they're doing this under the guise of tolerance, when they're saying be so tolerant that you no longer believe in right from wrong, they're not doing that to make society a better place. They're doing that to empty your brain so that you have no resistance to the slave mind programming. They want to get you to a point where if they tell you the sky is green, you look at with your own eyes and you see blue, but no, the sky is green. That's what they want. So that you have to have nothing in your brain that can prevent that. If you have God, if you have no.
Okay. That was basically the section there. So you wanted to get some insight on that?
Yeah. One thing is just the pop culture reference. How many lights are there, guys? How many lights are there?
If you're a nerd, you get it. Okay, you get it. Yes, there are 4 lights.
But what do you guys think about this whole be tolerant, be tolerant, be tolerant, or else we'll be intolerant of you mindset?
That's all I got to say.
Are you looking for that mindset in and of itself, or in the context of what Tate's saying?
I think both are important. Understanding where this whole tolerance thing, where the roots are for the tolerance movement, what that looks like in today's society, why so many people are adhering to it, and yet why there's like this craving to push back against it, I guess. So any of those things, I'm sure that could be like 3 videos in and of itself, but I'd be interested in hearing from all of you guys on this topic.
I think the shorter version of it is we've moved from a modern society to a postmodern society. We moved from thinking that institutions, authorities, and other sources of knowledge about the external world can be known with certainty. And since we're postmoderns are doubtful of that, we're doubtful that mankind's just going to figure everything out. We're going to have a Star Trek future where we think it's going to be way more of the zombie apocalypse. Where it's an overall cynicism with what we can know externally, and it leaves us with nothing but our own internal world. And since we only have our internal world, people look for meaning and purpose inside, not outside. That's like the really short version of that. And because of that, that's why we have these questions about identity and meaning and purpose, and we don't care about external truth. History, science, all of these things are external and already in doubt. And so like the culture is trying to figure this out, because in a Nietzschean sort of way, God is dead. Also government is dead. Also the church is dead. Like there's no external way to understand how you figure out what's right or wrong. There's no, and without that, we're trying to figure out how do we deal with that. Everyone has to find their own way. And so the only rule is everyone's finding their own way is you got to be tolerant of somebody else finding their own way, because there is no right or wrong, because there is no external standard to judge by. And in the larger cultural context with Tate, this is complicated because part of the reason why Andrew Tate is such a big influence and turned out to be a big influence for Islam is because conservatives platformed him, and also conservative Christians platformed him, specifically because they're like, oh, he shares our same values. He's against all of this tolerance stuff. But at core, you have to understand why people are saying what they're saying. You can't just go, hey, this person is saying something similar to me, and so they must be on the same team. This isn't about teams and good guys and bad guys. You got to understand the root cause of what they are saying. Because I thought it was crazy that so many people, conservatives and Christians, flocked to Andrew Tate. Oh, look, he's defending good conservative Christian values. I'm like, what? What? Are we listening to a different guy? Just because he says he's against this, it's not like there's only two positions. So if he's against us, he must be for us. Like he is specifically saying that he's against this because he thinks that we get our value, especially as men, from what we do and execute in the world, from knowing a structure and following it well, and then being successful. And like with the tolerance stuff, he can't have that. Does that answer both of your questions, Al?
Some of the questions. I asked a lot of questions.
Oh, okay.
Like 20 questions. You answered 2 of them.
It's okay. Somebody tell me what the timestamps for my questions are, and I can try to make a whole stream out of that. Eric and Thaddeus, though, I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on this tolerance thing as well, and some of what Joey was saying.
Well, real quick, just in line with what Joey was saying, yes, I said it back when Andrew Tate was starting to become big, and the first couple of videos that I did on him, he is a poison pill. Whoever takes him or whatever people join with him, it's not going to go well for you because he's just in it to use you in order to promote what he wants in the end. I don't think he actually 100% believes that Allah is God, but I think that he believes that Islam is useful to him at this given point in time. In so being, I will answer that poll later on, but those would be my thoughts. And again, tolerance, if you accept sin into your ranks, I think Paul was pretty clear when he wrote about it. It's not a good thing. You should not accept sin as part of your congregation, as part of who you are. Your identity is not rooted in sin. That's wrong according to Christianity. You are more than that. You are more valuable than sin. And as far as goes with the church, no, you need to try to correct it. You need to try to help them. But if they are not listening to you, they're not willing to be helped, you cannot associate with sin.
Not that Christians are perfect by any means, but that we should be striving towards Christ, not striving towards sin.
And yes, that is incredibly different from someone who is struggling and stumbling with a sin. Maybe they have a sin tendency, alcoholism. Maybe they have a tendency for that and they're struggling with it, but they're getting up and still pursuing Christ in spite of that. That's great. But to say, no, I'm just an alcoholic. This is just who I am. I'm going to go there and the church has to accept me for who I am because I'm this alcoholic. No, that is not correct. And that's not where the church should stand at all.
So I did want to say that I think one thing Andrew Tate said is just absolutely, completely wrong. He says that people who are, I was laughing at it because he was describing Islam, but it also was wrong when he said that people adhering to, what we call tolerance, which is a very poorly defined term there, because they're not actually very tolerant, right? They actually expect you to have very specific beliefs, right? People who are woke or whatever, they expect you to have very specific beliefs. And it's called tolerance, but that's not the case. But what he is wrong is they're not doing this to try to have control over someone or gaslight someone or whatever. They generally, right, there might be exceptions, but generally someone who holds these values do so because they think they're good, right? And that's actually the appeal of this kind of thing, is to say, I have superior values to someone else. Specifically, I have superior values to traditional Christian values. Traditional Christian values are intolerant in X, Y, and Z way. And the reason it manifests against Christianity, because we live in societies that are influenced by Christian values. So they're rebelling against traditional Christian values. If the movement had come up in some other country, they might oppose different values. But they're opposing the values that are in place and saying we have different values that are completely opposite, and those are the tolerant values, right? Those are the tolerant. So what is the appeal, right? The appeal is being able to say you're superior. There's a certain appeal of saying, I get to decide, right? So there's a certain power element to say I decide what's right and wrong. But a lot of it is just plain old, I'm better. And if you look at the comments on any article that's even remotely related to religion, just like on a popular news site, say the death of Billy Graham, for example, a figure that pretty much widely regarded as a pretty good guy, right? Well, you look at the comments and it'll be all like, oh, he's such a hypocrite and blah, blah, blah. I'm so much better than him because of X, Y, and Z. That's why religion's so horrible. That's what it's really about, right? It's saying I'm better. Now, the answer here, right? How do we counteract this? How do we give a better appeal? Is to say, no, you're not better. And you're not better because you can't even live up to your own standards. You have intolerance, right? You're intolerant of, say, a Christian, for example, or whatever else, right? You're intolerant of, say, a Republican or various other things that they might be intolerant of. As is well known on this stream, at least, I used to work for a pretty liberal organization, and I was fired because of my Christian beliefs. But regardless of that, because I worked there, I'd hear the ideas that were being expressed by, liberals or woke people all the time. And we'd have discussions about like racism and stuff like that. And there would often be very bigoted, hateful comments in those discussions in the name of tolerance, right? They'd say like, all those rural people, they're just so backward. They need to be educated, blah, blah, blah. And this is people saying we're tolerant, right? So how do you solve this? You point out that no one's tolerant, in an absolute sense, right? No one views all groups exactly the same. And you say, and you know what? You don't live up to your own standards, but neither do I. Right? I don't live up to my own standards. You don't live up to your own standards. We need an absolute standard that we can acknowledge we don't live up to, and then we need a solution for that, which is, of course, what Christianity provides. So the appeal is, kind of the same thing that we've talked about a couple times. How we give a better message is break down the false assumptions, which for wokeism, it's usually grounded on superior morality in the person's mind. Break down that and then say, but it's okay, right? It's okay that you fall short because we all fall short. And here's the actual solution. The actual solution isn't try harder, get better morals, whatever. The actual solution is to put your trust in an outside force that has done all the work for you.
So to be clear, Thaddeus, you don't think we should get better morals?
I'm saying that morals can't save us, is what I'm saying. And I have to step away for a second. My wife needs me, but I'll be back.
Sounds good. I think we are done with Tate. So any last comments? I think those were the most powerful ones in that video, which again wasn't. Again, I'd like to see if you're saying that this is why I converted and I read the Quran and these are great things that apply to us today and this is just fantastic. I'd like to actually see those references, but I have yet to hear anything from Andrew Tate about that topic. So I will go ahead and ask my wife, what final thoughts do you have on this?
I am so appreciative that Christians are called to so much more, and that Christ is the ultimate way, and that he is the truth, and that he is the life, and that when we pursue him, we find him because he wants to be found by us. And as opposed to all of these things where the solutions actually cause more problems, in a sense. we've seen that with so many people, but I think Tate is a prime example. The solutions that he provides, how when we try to be our own God, which even while proclaiming Islam, he has professed himself as God as well. In some ways, Thaddeus actually did a video about that very early on into his conversion, about Andrew Tate propping up his fans' messages about him being their God. But anyway, I say this because even in my own life, there was a time where even if I didn't think of myself as God, I tried to essentially play the role of God. I wasn't happy with how God was acting in my own life. And so I tried to fix things myself. But when we see this played out, and thank God that he saved me from that, because I realized, like, look, I'm not any good at this. I do need him. And I gave my life over to him. But when we look at this in pop culture, we see time and time again, these solutions aren't it. They don't work. They make things worse. We need Christ. So that, and also, Eric, thank you so much for representing much better manlyhood than the manosphere. And not that anyone is perfect, but I am so grateful that your definition of manhood is not needing to earn God's approval by having a bunch of webcam girls on the side. And cars.
I would be doing a very bad job at that because I already said I'm not a car guy.
There is something so much more masculine too about being someone who there's this in Christianity, there's this like servant leader role that men are called to play. And so even what you're doing right now, going like, look, Islam has all these problems, Christ is the solution. That's so much more manly than like, look, I go to the gym, look, I eat healthy, look, I have a bunch of girlfriends who I never intend to marry. Yeah, so I appreciate that. And again, Christ is the solution.
Joey, your thoughts?
No, I think the thought's all good stuff. Like trying to figure out those points of contact that we can leverage.
Okay, so the poll is Andrew Tate a true Muslim? My answer would actually be as much as you can be, because he is as close as you can to Muhammad, the example, the code of conduct, the person that you must emulate in Islam. He uses women just the same as Muhammad did. He does everything he wants and just indulges himself as much as possible. The only difference is Muhammad could always say that God was giving him a revelation that allows him to do whatever he wants. So that would be the major difference. But we're on to our last person in this list, which would be Sneeko. So we got Sneeko's video right here. Let's go ahead and take a quick gambit at it.
9/11, there was a big push against Islam, and
just for clarification, real quick here.
Versions of the Bible are there?
This is the individual and his logic that we are going to be dealing with.
What other versions of the Bible are there?
There's so many, bro.
Okay, tell me some.
Okay, let's look up versions of the Bible. We have the King James Version, the English Standard Version, the New American Standard, the New English Bible.
You know the funny thing about all those different versions, Sneeko?
What?
They're all just different translations, buddy.
It's been translated 724 languages. Well, they did remove the Council of Nicaea from the original Bible. A lot of people haven't read those parts of the Bible.
Council of Nicaea? What are you saying? There's a book called the Council of Nicaea?
Yeah.
That's the logic and the research that he put in to Christianity before deciding Islam is true. I'm still looking for the book. Haven't found the book yet. Still want to see the book of the Council of Nicaea. But let's see why he has accepted Islam.
We were programmed to think that all Muslims were terrorists for a long time. That always being played in the news and like people seeing beheadings, it painted Islam in a bad light for a long time.
who was doing the beheading? Were the Muslims doing the beheading in line with the teachings of Islam and in line with the example of Muhammad himself? Yes. Okay. All Muslims? No. Just the ones that actually follow the teachings.
I used to be a nihilist for a long time. I really believed in nothing, and I had this dark time for a while because I didn't see any like proper role models. I didn't see anybody who we're supposed to look up to. We pretty much had to listen to the government. I didn't believe in them, and I was kind of just like pretty upset about everything. And I don't care about anything. Nothing matters. I'm just gonna do drugs and cope, and nothing matters. Like my impact on the world. This is what I was thinking, and I was echoing this. I was making videos about this. And then even like before that recently, I would just like, I'd have these moments like just nothing, whatever, nothing matters. But now like having a specific faith.
So, I mean, that's his starting point. Nothing matters. It's all nihilism. It's not true. No God, no real purpose of life. So that's where he's starting point. That's his starting point.
I do actually really appreciate this explanation. Not that I appreciate his solution. Again, I don't find that the solution is good at all. I think it's heartbreaking to go from one heartbreak into another. And I'm very concerned for Sneeko in a lot of regards. And I think that we should all be praying for him. I think that we should be praying for everyone who has fallen into lies. And that others don't. But my point in saying this is it's very good to understand what it is that tripped him up, where his starting point was, the things that he was struggling with, to be able to reach out to people and go, oh, okay, I see that you're struggling with worthlessness, with confusion about lack of purpose, lack of identity, that you don't even think that things matter, that you're turning to things that just help you escape from reality. So based on all those things, how can we reach you with the life-changing gospel? What is the connection that we can draw here? Because we see where he was and we see where it took him. And so if Islam was able to step in and fill that void, how much more should we be trying to answer, I guess, in truth, as opposed to just like, yeah, Islam's not the answer, not at all.
I think this, in my opinion, I think this is the best conversion video yet out of all of them. Because this is giving us his actual starting point, where he is looking for, what he's actually desiring, where he is in his life at this point. And I think this is honest. I think he is honestly at that point just depressed, but then he finds Islam, and that's what he clings to. So close yet so far.
Yeah, I think it's important to recognize that I don't really want to like classify people like this, but essentially the Tate character versus the Sneeko character, I'm not sure how to better phrase that, are radically different people. In my perspective, Tate seems to be someone who very much sleazy, very much does not care about what lies have to be said. I mean, he's confessed to this. He's confessed that he doesn't care who he has to lie to, what he has to say, as long as it works in his interests, essentially. Versus so he'll propagate lies in order to get what he wants. He'll be very deceptive, manipulative. It works well with Islam, actually very well with Islam. Sad because not well in the sense of his eternity or now or anyone else that's impacted by this, but in line with the teachings of Islam. However, Sneeko, based on everything I've seen of Sneeko, I feel so bad for Sneeko because I really do think that he has been deceived, that he's on the other end of this. He said, for example, in this, and I think this is a huge thing to understand, he had no good role models. Well, who do we know is his role model? One of his huge role models It's Andrew Tate. And so Andrew Tate, someone who is knowing, I'm going to say he probably knows exactly what he's doing in most regards, has deceived people like Sneeko, who does not even recognize that, or at least did not. He did a Google search after to understand better, but did not even realize that the Council of Nicaea wasn't a book that was removed from the Bible. Like, he doesn't sound like he's trying to trick people into believing this. It sounds like he has some really bad misunderstandings. And no, he absolutely should not be propagating these things if he doesn't actually understand. But I just wanted to point out, yeah, two radically different perspectives, and they're each going to have their stumbling blocks. It's just so sad that, that Sneeko went from, oh, I just want somebody to look up to, and the person he's looking up to is the one leading him in this path. And so if we can kind of stop that in its tracks, I think that's very important to do so, because we see these ripples, and I would say Sneeko is absolutely a ripple.
I think that is really one of the main things of why we are highlighting these examples of influential people who converted to Islam, why they converted, and highlighting some of the lies they were told or what their underlying reason was to it. Because again, if you know what, the question of if Tate did not convert to Islam, if he would have continued, would Sneeko have converted to Islam? Would he have gone down that path, or would he have continued searching for another answer? I don't know in the end, but I'm thinking probably not, because I think he strongly looked up to Andrew Tate. Now he's looking up to the Dawoists, which some of the discussions he's had with some of the Muslim scholars is interesting. I think it bugs him. I think some of the answers he's got has bugged him in a good way, where I'm much more skeptical about Tate because I think he's too high on his own farts for his own good. I don't think Sneeko's there. I think Sneeko, there's something about Sneeko that I think can lead him out and possibly even lead him to the truth. But let's see what else he has to say. Unless, Joey, you have anything to add.
What do you think he's questioning when it comes to those discussions?
He's questioning the morality of Muhammad a lot of times, is what I've seen, where he's starting to question, why did Muhammad say that these were the best people in the world? Why? I thought there was no racism in Islam. But then he looks at the sources and he's seeing hadith that are saying, no, this race here's the best race ever. It's like, wait, hold on. That's not what I've been told. And he's questioning those things, which is good. Of course, the sheikh that he confided that in immediately told him, if you question, you're a kafir. Get out of my house.
Yeah. And that's part of what I clipped in my most recent video, because it is huge. I mean, Sneeko coming to him like, look, I really want to, find an answer to this. This is really bothering me. And to be confronted with, you must have certainty. If you do not have certainty, you're a full-blown kafir. Get out of my house. It's like, ooh, that is a good example of how people are not being met where they're at. And only truth can, because you're going to have conflict like this. There's a certain point where with lies, you either need to keep telling lies or you need to tell people to stop looking into lies.
I think it's a combination of both.
Yeah, I think both. Go ahead.
But yeah, even if you watch the video with Sneeko asking him that, because there's a group of young men all around this older gentleman who is the one who's, the sheikh, the intelligent one, the one who has all the answers, and they're joking around about some things, but they're asking some serious questions. And you can see the entire time leading up to Sneeko asking the question, there's something eating at him. He's antsy. He's got this question he wants an answer to, and he definitely did not get a satisfactory answer in the end. It was just, you've got to believe. No questions.
Go ahead. Sorry, I was just going to say, the thing that he's concerned about, one of the things he's concerned about in that video too, is also highly relevant culturally. And so, when it comes to culture, it's not just something that impacts atheists. It's also impacting Muslims specifically because of things that are going on in the Muslim world. For example, the thing that he was concerned about, that your brother in Christ was bringing up, is that the Yemenites are the best of people, which also doesn't even align with other Islamic sources. But he seemed to be really concerned about, like, how are we supposed to deal with this right now? And so, like, Sheikh Asim al-Hakim was like, oh, well, of course that's not talking about the Houthis. But that it does actually matter, because it does say the Yemenites are the best of people. And so it's like, well, how do you deal with these things in light of what's going on right now? And for him to just kind of be like, well, first of all, don't question. And second of all, oh, he just meant it in this, that, and the other way. But that's not actually what it says. And so I think when we can meet people with, instead of being like, slap down, don't ask questions, but with compassion and, oh, I understand where your concern is, but here's truth, instead of, oh, I think I know what I need to tell you in order to get you to do what I say. Huge difference.
Anything to add to that, Joey, or should we continue?
No, I'm still thinking about it. Like, what do you mean, El, when you say tell them whatever we need or we want to say or whatever?
That's what she's referring to, is that's the Muslim mindset. It's tell them whatever in order to get them to believe that Islam is the truth. That would be taqiyya, which is obligatory lying in order to make Islam look good so that it can be passed. And maybe that's something that I didn't explain at the beginning that definitely happened during Muhammad Ali's time and also Malcolm X's time, that, oh shoot, they were definitely lied to, and it's to sell it. It's to sell it to them and make them believe it. But the problem is it becomes a house of cards that you've got to constantly make sure that they're not actually looking at the sources, because as soon as you look at the sources, you get an avalanche of apostasy.
But is the end goal in Islam submission? And if it is, then why would truth matter?
Yes, submission is the end goal.
Do not say you believe, say you submit.
Yes, that's an Islamic quote. Yeah, truth doesn't matter in Islam, primarily. So I'm not sure what you're asking, Joey, if that's what you were asking, but legitimately, Allah is described as the best of the deceivers in the Quran, which obviously we know, according to Christian sources, the father of lies is most certainly not God. So truth is actually seen as something that gets in the way in Islam.
Then why does
life? You can lie to your family, you can lie to anyone as long as it fulfills the requirements of Islam.
Then why does going back to original documents, why is that effective in answering Muslims?
Because just because the original documents, and that's what it teaches, that's what the sheikhs and that's what the imams believe, doesn't mean that every Muslim believes that. In fact, most Muslims don't, but they just don't know that's what what it actually teaches. Once you highlight that and can actually do it, I've had conversations with Muslims in front of mosques that just came out of prayer, and I ask them some basic questions about Islam, just trying to understand where they're coming from, and they can't answer anything because they're just there to get their goodie points, to go pray, to listen to the imam, and leave. That's it. They don't do any studies. They don't look at the research. They just take whatever they're told and run with it.
But isn't that what they're supposed to do, given that submission is the goal, not truth?
Yes, but that does not work very well in the West. by
right, yeah.
how we actually think. So that doesn't sell very well. So they've got to sell it as something else.
Yeah, so I think that those are important things that you said, your brother in Christ, tackling from multiple perspectives. Yeah. And adding to that, as far as like not selling well in the West, I think regardless of how everyone's been trained, although that matters quite a lot, there's also this aspect of we have placed within us, at least to some extent, this longing for truth, this longing for understanding reality, this longing for God. I mean, he created us wonderfully, even if we've led ourselves astray, let others lead ourselves astray, trained ourselves to pursue wrong things. I think that there is still within us, at least a lot of us, this desire for truth and understanding. And so, and since most Muslims are better than Islam, and most Muslims don't even know what the Islamic sources teach because they're not supposed to question it. So actually, by us bringing them up to begin with, they don't even have to question it. They get to find out without having to dig, without having to ask, without having to question. And they're very surprised because they never knew these things were actually part of Islam. And so, like, when your brother in Christ is able to pull up and say, oh, look, here's Takia in the sources, it's like, whoa, that's not cool. So if Muslims are allowed to lie, you know, how many of the things that they've told me have been lies? And even with Ali Dawah, like he said, the reason he converted to Islam is because of lies. So yeah, that should matter. And I think it actually does matter to some people, to hopefully a lot of people. They just don't necessarily realize that's what's going on until they see their sources and they go, whoa, wait, this is actually what Islam teaches? That's not what they told me. Why? Because of Takia itself. Eric, did that kind of like help at all with that understanding?
I believe so. If you guys are ready, we'll continue.
In a belief, you don't want to waste any time. I've been more efficient. I would say I'm more awake. I'm less tired. I have a clearer purpose. I want to be more mature, and I'm thinking about marriage and how I want to raise my children more. Just I want to have a more clear direction for my future. If anybody watching has this phase where they think that nothing matters and they're kind of nihilistic and they don't care about anything, I think a good first step is to looking into Islam, because that will give you a clear direction for exactly what you're supposed to do.
Again, yes, Islam gives you a strict list of rules and how to behave as a 6th century caravan robber, and that's what you're expected to act like. Where Christianity teaches you the roots of morality and how to actually behave correctly.
Yeah, I prefer the 10 Commandments as opposed to which foot I have to use to step into the bathroom. Personally, recommend against that.
I don't recommend using rocks to wipe your hiney. Just saying. I don't recommend it. It's not comfortable.
Joey, I think it was a mosque in Michigan within the US. I could be off on where it was, but I thought it was Michigan. There was essentially like a whole like sermon or whatever they would call it, teaching, I guess, on, you know, how like Americans are awful because they use toilet paper instead of rocks.
Yep.
And they're so uncivilized because they use toilet paper instead of rocks. So when we talk about rules, yeah, it's very specific rules. And it is weird that a lot of it does go back to this whole like I guess, bathroom conversation. It doesn't make sense in the Christian perspective, but it's a huge deal to them, and so that does matter for our understanding and reaching out.
Everything in Islam, for some reason, goes back sexual. It's because it is a sex cult, plain and simple. But yeah. Joey, did she break your brain?
I guess I don't know what to do with that because I'm not sure if it's like tertiary and like or essential, and so I can't tell if it's like I can't tell how relevant it is. I can't tell if it's like picking out something like saying, oh, well, this weird religious fringe Christian group said this, and therefore this represents the overall view of Christianity. I just don't know where it fits in. So
No, everything that we are using is mainline. Where this is what they teach, this is how they have to live. If you don't live this way, you're not doing the Sunnah of Muhammad. You're not living like Muhammad, the perfect example to all mankind, and you're going to hell. That's a very rough way to live.
In the Quran, there's a guidebook for how you're supposed to live your life. It tells you everything that you're supposed to do especially if you look at the life of Muhammad. If you're a man, you could see the blueprint for how you should live your life. Now, being more centered and having a more clear worldview, you notice how there are so many different ways, so many different lies that you believe in when you are clueless, and when you say like I'm spiritual, I'm astrology, you're so easily scammed and programmed, and you don't see past a lot of the lies. And I get kind of upset now, like how did I ever believe in that? And it's
just wait, keep asking questions. Keep asking questions, because you won't realize that Islam is just the same. Now, the dangerous part with that, and I hope this doesn't happen, is he then decides that all religions are just the same and they're all garbage and you can't trust any of them. I hope he does not get into that mindset, because that is a very, very sad mindset to be in.
It's because you don't have a clear faith. So I think that with faith, it's easier to be more centered and be able to see a lot of these program mechanisms, because ultimately, if you don't have a specific faith, if you don't believe in God, then someone else is going to replace that for you. If you are godless and say you want to be an actor or you want to be a rapper, then your God becomes a celebrity. It becomes the most famous rapper. It becomes the most famous actor. You end up worshiping those people because you need something to submit to. And so people will choose fame to submit to, or they'll choose music, or they'll choose lust. There's always something that replaces that.
And to tell you truthfully, I kind of agree with him. I do agree with him. Yep, everyone has a God. It's just a question of who that God is, or what he is. So I actually would agree with that section.
And I think when you see the world from that lens, that you need to have something to submit to, and that the best thing to submit to must be the one creator of the universe. That makes the most sense. Just logically, the universe had to be created by someone, and we shouldn't worship a man because men are equal to us.
Pause.
Yeah, that's a jab at Christianity. What? Go ahead, honey.
A jab at Christianity, but a backwards jab at Islam. But that's not actually the initial reason for pausing. I do actually agree that we should submit to the creator of the universe. Not in the Islamic way necessarily. Certainly not in Islam, certainly. But in the same train of logic, okay, the God who is the creator of the universe, well, how do we know who he is? Because just because we should follow the God of the universe doesn't mean that God is Allah. Certainly not the Allah of Islam. And so, again, how do we find out who that is? Well, Eric, you've done several videos on this that I think are very good in answering this question. Okay, let's look at the universe. Let's see what it points to as far as the characteristics of God. Is it logical? Is it illogical? How do we deal with all those things? So I would highly recommend, I know it's like a very old video at this point, one of the original videos, but I would highly recommend people check that out of yours. But essentially, one of the things that I like to pull up is love. And that is, okay, what do we see when we look at reality? We see love. From a purely secular standpoint, there is no real purpose for love. I mean, the animals don't need love. Reproduction, sure, but love isn't necessary for reproduction. And so, yet we do have love. And it seems to be of high importance and high value, but not merely for the continued existence of the species. In fact, it gets in the way of the continued existence of the species in a lot of ways. You could even argue. But when we look at the answers that different religions give us in regards to, okay, what about Buddhism? What about Hinduism? Would any of those create love? What about Islam? Does Islam promote love? Well, let's see. Allah does not love the treacherous disbelievers. So, okay, I understand the hatred for sin, but that's not what Islam is saying. Islam is saying, if you're a disbeliever, Allah has no love for you. And not only that, but Allah is the one who made you be a disbeliever if you're a disbeliever. That wasn't your decision. You had no say in it. It was Allah. So Allah is creating people that he refuses to give love to. So then it doesn't seem like love is a standard for him that he would put into his creation if he doesn't even have it for his creation. And as I've already shared, you can never live up to the standards of Allah in order to like earn this love. And yet, what do we see in Christianity? While we were still sinners, Christ showed his love, that he gave his life for us. So, huge difference. We absolutely see the creator of the universe as loving, and we find that loving God in Christianity, not in Islam. So that's what I wanted to say.
And yes, as Thaddeus pointed out, I did abrogate that last poll and replaced it with another one. Do not question why. We do not question. We're talking about Islam, no questioning.
Well, that rules out what I was going to say.
Obviously, you replaced it with one equal to or better than it. I mean, that's the only reason why anyone would abrogate or cause anything to be forgotten.
That was actually what my question was going to be about, is if the poll really was better. But since I'm not allowed to question that, chat, somebody there who's not afraid of being an apostate, please question if the poll is better, because I don't even know what the poll is.
So real quick, just going back to the topic. So yes, in Islam, you do pray to Muhammad. You are in fact commanded by Muhammad to pray to him. This is out of Reliance of the Traveler, which is the Sharia law handbook. And this is page 952, which is the Hadith of the Blind Man. This is Mutawatir Hadith. And yes, that means it's very, very, very reliable. Lots of sources talk about it. So it is rock solid. And yes, in this Hadith, Muhammad orders prayer to himself instead of Allah for intercession with Allah. And then if you go down to the next page, you get the Hadith of the Man in Need, which reinforces it again to pray to Muhammad long after his death, over 20 years or 12 to 20 years after his death. So, yep, it's again, Sneeko, do your research. Islam, you pray to a man. In Christianity, we do not pray to a man according to our mindset. We believe that he is God. In this case, though, in Islam, everyone, Christian, non-Christian, Muslim, non-Muslim, everyone in the world would agree that Muhammad, at least in the concept of Islam, is a man. If he existed or not, that's another argument, not for today. But we agree that he would be a man in this context, and here you are in Islam being ordered to pray to him for intercession. Not really fantastic.
And this is really interesting too, because when John McCrae of What Do You Mean had a response that he made to Sneeko, and Sneeko responded to John, this is something that Sneeko specifically said was, well, but we don't pray to a man. That's the thing. We don't pray to a man. But according to Islam, you're actually, encouraged to do so. In fact, commanded to do so. You brought up these two sources. One of the sources that I brought up was the command side of things. This is like, going to Muhammad for intercession. There's another source. I made a whole video in response to Sneeko being an apostate because he refuses to pray to Muhammad. Well, Muhammad was telling some people who were praying that whenever they do so, they should say, "Peace be upon you, O Muhammad." And a lot of Muslims don't seem to understand what the problem with this is. But guys, if I'm in prayer and I say, thank you, God, for this wonderful day. God, thank you for this live stream. Please help us to be able to reach people with truth, with love, with you in the gospel. And God, please bless my husband. And God, please bless my mom and my dad. And peace be upon you, oh my grandmother. It's like, whoa, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Who are you talking to?
You just changed who you're addressing. Exactly.
I mean, unless you're praying to your grandmother the entire time. But it's kind of funny, but it's also awful. It's horrible. It's heartbreaking. We need to actually realize what it is Islam teaches. And in every single prayer, Muslims are saying, peace be upon you, O Muhammad, whether they realize it or not, because it's said in Arabic, and most Muslims don't understand Arabic in the West. And so it takes them oftentimes years, potentially even decades, to realize, if they ever even do, that in all of their prayers, they've been saying, peace be upon you, O Muhammad. And I do think that matters. And it has actually mattered to Muslims to find out. So some Muslims will push back and be like, oh no, we're just praying for blessings. But it does actually matter. And it is changing lives when people have their eyes open to this.
So I think this hadith here, both these hadith are pretty powerful, even if they don't accept what L's putting forward. Here I've been able to break down this prayer, which is, "O Allah, I ask you and turn to you through our prophet Muhammad, the prophet of mercy. O Muhammad, I turn through you to my Lord, that he may fulfill my need." Again, I've been able to break this down with Muslims saying, hey, you're really addressing two different people here. You're starting off addressing Allah, and then you switch to Muhammad. I know you could probably make the arguments one and the same, but in this case, no, you change. They say, well, no, you're still really praying to God. So, okay, who are you addressing with the you? Because if it's Allah in the you, who is to my Lord then? Because that's a separate entity. So, again, doesn't make sense. If you try to apply it that way, it leads to only one option, which is Muhammad commanded people pray to him. And that would be shirk. And I've got Muslims to admit that it would be shirk.
Well, not only that, I would argue that, even with only the first part, it certainly sounds like a partnership here. It seems to be some sort of, relationship here where both people are necessary, which is the definition of shirk, because, dear God, I ask you to work through the prophet, right? To work through Muhammad. And then, oh, Muhammad, I ask that my prayers go through you to Allah, right? They're both kind of actually saying the same thing. But you address both parts of the partnership because you need both of their cooperation to get your prayers heard, apparently. I mean, that it seems pretty clear to me that they're saying the same thing in two different ways because both parts are essential.
And that would be shirk, the worst sin you can commit in Islam.
Associating partners with Allah. Yeah. And so, whereas in Christianity, we're called, in a sense at least, to work with God. Not that, oh, we have some great power and that God couldn't do it all on his own. But yet, he extends the offer for us to come in line with his will and his ways and be a part of his story.
Yep. In the same way, another example of that would be, yes, I could, for example, do a project by myself. Let's say build a birdhouse all by myself. I can do a pretty decent job at it. But if my son wants to join me, I get to partner with my son in a way that I'm not reliant upon him, but I get to do it with him, which is much more enjoyable than me doing it by myself in the end, even if it is less effective and may even look a little bad and might leak a little. But it's my son and I who got to do it together. That's the relationship part. Mm-hmm. Does anyone else have anything else to add before we dive back in and finish this one up?
I'm getting sent sources by a certain someone in the chat who is quote unquote at the gym.
He seems to be at the gym quite conveniently. Again, he could always join. He doesn't have the excuse. I don't show my face. He doesn't got that excuse anymore.
He sent me. He sent me a question on islamweb.net, which is a fatwa website. Somebody was asking about invoking anything besides Allah in prayer is shirk. And he highlighted, indeed, such an act is shirk, associating partners with Allah, and an invocation, and the fact that their supplication is answered in those instances does not render such an act permissible. And for those of you who have gotten pretty deep into the Islamic world, you'll have seen probably some of the Dawa wars over this. Hakikachu versus Yasser Qadi. Who was it against? Was it Yasser Qadi, I think? Daniel Hakikachu and Yasser Qadi fighting about whether or not shirk, praying to someone other than Allah is merely shirk, or if it's shirk akbar. Is it shirk that takes you out of the fold of Islam, or is it shirk that you can kind of just say cushy because Islam's so nice and inclusive? Not their exact words in that regard, but essentially like just fighting over like, okay, at what point is shirk too much shirk? Which the Islamic answer is any shirk is too much shirk. Yet Islam requires shirk. It's a mess. But
yes.
Yeah.
In Islam, they grade the worst of all sins and the other sins by gradient, and it's like, okay, well, is that too much? Can I just add a little bit? Can't just have a little bit of shirk? Well, I'm gonna a little bit of shirk. It's okay. It's because it's just a little bit. It's like, hold on, guys. There's an issue.
They have to, though. If it's required, they have to.
Oh no! But still, I gotta say, if I see that, it seems like this seems a little false to me. Let's go ahead and dive on back in, see what Sneeko has to say.
And I think I'm thinking more clearly than I ever have before. That this is the most logical way to approach the world, and I feel more ready than ever to to have children and to continue to my growth as a man. But yeah, I don't think most people are ever going to think outside the box because of all of the amount of distractions. I've had it too. Like you will see someone, you'll see them, they'll just sit here and you'll hear the noise of TikTok blasting out for blah, 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 and they have no time to think for themselves. So by the time that they turn off the app and 2 hours have gone by, their brain is emptier, they're kind of foggy, they're looking around, and then what's next? Vape, twerk, send a bunch of Snapchat. It's just,
Again, this is from a secular mindset. This is definitely not from a Christian mindset. But okay, yeah.
I know, I know, but to say twerk is just so funny, right? Because he's like, you just wasted 2 hours staring at your phone. Vaping actually makes sense, right? That's something you could do by yourself, but you can't just like twerk. I mean, I guess you could, but you wouldn't normally just like twerk in your own room.
Thaddeus, do you tell me that you don't just randomly start twerking in the middle of the living room? You're like, I'm bored today. I'm done with TikTok. I'm just going to start twerking. Let's go.
I mean, that's what he said, right? It's like, your brain's off because you've watched 2 hours of mindless content, and then what do? Well, I guess you twerk. I mean, what?
Well, I guess if your mind's off anyway. Okay. I mean, that seems like a mindless thing to do. Breakfast gun. Please don't put that image in my mind.
Of me twerking? I mean... Because I don't want to like disappoint anyone here, but I've never twerked in my life, so.
Nope, I'm good.
More garbage, and I think the best way to tell people who don't realize what's happening is most people are not going to be able to convert overnight, but you need to analyze like everything in your life and what you're doing and think about if it has a positive or negative effect on you. I don't think even people think about that. I don't think people analyze their actions every single day, what's going on in their head. People are upset with what they have been programmed to believe, but you can't be in that red pill rage phase forever. You need to actively try to get out of that. I think you guys saw me at that. Every day I was just screaming at the camera, like, what's going on? Like, why did I believe in all this stuff? Why did I quarantine? But the point is to get out of that and to find a real solution. I think the right solution for me, and if anybody resonates with me, I think it's submission to the one true creator.
Just wait. Keep on asking those questions. I agree with a lot of what he's saying. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
Think it through. Actually do the research. Pay attention. Read. Open up the book. May I recommend they open up this Bible? Because I guarantee you, I don't think you have, considering you weren't able to find, you couldn't understand what Matthew was. You just kept going back to Matt.
Mm-hmm.
And
Matt
we definitely
39.
do not have anything called
It's been translated 724 languages. Well, they did remove the Council of Nicaea from the original Bible.
We don't have the book of the Council of Nicaea. You'll just have to keep looking for that one.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, if you did have that book, I think it would have Matt 39 in it. So
yes, read the Bible. Actually study the Bible. Again, if you read the Quran, it says that the Bible is reliable. So, well, actually read this. And it's the Bible they had in their hands in the 6th century, which is what we have today.
Mm-hmm.
We still have the same thing.
So I actually think that Sneeko is kind of genuine. Like he's mistaken. Your new poll here, I think, was actually rather hard to answer. Tate was pretty easy because he's not following Islam and he's not genuine. Sneeko's harder, I think, because I think he is genuine. Now, he doesn't really want to follow Islam. So, that's why he's like, oh, it's Ramadan. This sucks. I can't do any of my sexualizing women content for a whole month, But then when it was over, then he went back to doing it because he's like, oh, only during Ramadan do I actually have to follow the religion, which is in fairness to him, is actually the attitude of a lot of Muslims, not just him. It's the attitude of a lot of Muslims that during Ramadan you have to be on your best behavior, and for good reason, because Muhammad/Allah said that everything counts like 10 times or 100-fold during Ramadan. So by logic, the other 11 months of the year just really don't matter in comparison to Ramadan. So it kind of makes sense. Do whatever you want for 11 months and then strictly follow Islam for 1 month and you're good. So I do think he's kind of genuine. I do think he's trying to follow Islam. I think he wants it to be true. But he's also being disingenuous that he's not actually answering the questions, right? He's not actually looking into things when something comes up that he doesn't know how to understand or doesn't know what to do about. He just sweeps it under the rug, or he says, yeah, but in Christianity they do the same thing, or whatever, right? Kind of the Dawa script, and more of like a recipient as opposed to a giver of Dawa way, that like he's absorbed some of these mindsets. He's not like aggressively promoting them, but he's kind of absorbed them nonetheless. So I think he's kind of genuine, but he's looking for answers in all the wrong places, right? So he's legitimately looking for answers. He legitimately, to some extent, thinks that he found something, but he's also at the same time like kind of saying, I don't really like what I found. And that's great because there's something better that we can offer him.
Absolutely. Now, Breakfast Gun did say, Matt 39, no twerking.
I think it should say, thou shalt not twerk.
Oh, thou shalt not twerk. Well, for those of you that aren't familiar with it, because I mentioned it to Hatun, and Hatun had no clue about the whole Book of the Council of Nicaea reference or the Matt reference. Here is the video clip for that.
But whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also.
What's the chapter and verse of that?
Matt, verse 39.
What's the chapter?
I don't know.
It's literally on the screen.
Please, Sneeko, if you ever see this, actually read the Bible, actually do some research, actually dive into it. I think you'll be surprised by what you actually find. It seems like you're at least asking the right questions in a lot of ways when it comes to Islam. It would be good for you to actually do some research. So, in conclusion with Sneeko, now I still have a little bit left for you guys. I've got one more thing that's very telling about the Quran itself, and it was a request by one of the audience members before we even started the stream. They wanted to make sure that I included him, so I wanted to make sure that there was a bonus person in this. But we'll start with L. What is your, I guess, final snippet conclusion with Sneeko?
Don't be deceived. Truth matters, reality matters. To anybody who's in a place like Sneeko was, where they don't understand what their purpose is, what they're here for, should they even bother going on another day? Should they just try to drown themselves out in substance use and abuse? There are plenty of things that will try to fill in the void with bad answers. Be wary of that. But also, I'm so sorry that you are dealing with that. It's hard, and I know that from personal experience that it is very hard. But I do also want to encourage you that there is light out there, that Jesus also took on struggles because he loves you, every single one of you watching, so much that he wanted to restore the relationship with you. And he gave you the free will to decide if you wanted to pursue him or not, but that he has pursued you and that he has given his life for you and resurrected. to forgive you of your sins if you will accept his free gift, and that in him is ultimate light and life and love, and that even though he doesn't guarantee that things will be easy, he does say that he will work all things together for the good of those who love him and are called according to his purpose. And you are here for a reason. It's not just to be a slave of a law, but instead to be a wonderfully created, in the image of God, child of God, who gets to experience him here, gets to dwell in his love, gets to return love to him, gets to help other people know his love for them and return their love to him. And you do have meaning, you do have purpose. There's a reason you're here, or else you wouldn't be. I encourage you to seek him, because he says, seek me and you'll find me when you seek me with all of your heart. And that's actually the point of my channel name too. The ISO is in search of. So I encourage everyone to be in search of Christ, and let's seek and share truth together better than ever before.
That is. What are your last thoughts on Sneeko before we continue on?
So I didn't actually get to watch very much of this clip, but I know about Sneeko from previous live streams and such. I would say I think that what actually happened in Sneeko's life is he had a void. He was looking for something, and he thought that the Andrew Tate movement was the solution to that. He joined the movement. As he just described there, all it did is fill him with rage. It didn't actually provide any satisfaction. Then he saw Andrew Tate, convert to Islam, and he's like, okay, this is the real answer finally, right? This is the real answer. All I've done is fill the void with rage, convert to Islam. And I think he's actually projecting his optimism about what will finally work, as opposed to saying that this actually has worked for him, especially given that, his behavior since then has been one of a very difficult relationship with Islam, where he wants to support it, he wants to be a Muslim, but he also is like getting all this pushback from the teachings of Islam that he doesn't like. So I think that the reality is he's still struggling, right? Still looking for an answer. And let's hope that someone can reach out to him and give him an actual answer to what he craves.
Sounds good. Joey?
I kind of feel bad for him. Like, when I think about it, he starts out saying that he wanted a role model. Like, he's looking for meaning and purpose. He's looking for an embodiment of masculinity in a way that he would be like, oh yeah, I want to be like that. And when he looked around, Andrew Tate was his best answer. I mean, like, I would say Peterson would be better, but I want to say that I wish that if this was something that Christians focused on more, so that we could be competitive in this area. So we can say, oh, these are specific issues with these different styles of understandings of masculinity. And not only is like Christianity's the answer, but in a concrete way, like point for point, that we could also go, and this is why. Like, I know that we can do that. I know that people like Mike Winger have like answered some of those questions, but that's not his platform. And so somebody like Sneeko is never going to run into those kinds of answers. And so this is where I wish we as Christians specialized in these areas in which culture is asking questions, so that we could address them. Because for the most part, we just say, I kiss dating goodbye, or, these are bad, but we don't provide an answer as to what's better or superior, not in a concrete way, and then we don't model it. So I guess I kind of feel like, because Andrew Tate was the best answer, we as Christians who ought to be developing culture and good answers let him down.
Well, we will see. I agree that Seems like he might be asking the right questions. We do have a comment here. Jesus is the best example. Sneeko picked pedophile. Yes, Muhammad was a pedophile. And yes, that is something that I have seen in Sneeko's videos that seems to bug him. Is the age of Aisha being so young, and that was not culturally something that was acceptable at the time. You can see that in the sources very clearly.
That was something in the Sheikh Asam Al Hakim video that Sheikh even brought up as a form of apostasy as well, specifically. He said that people will pay him, I think it was like $200 an hour. So what? I'm cheap. And they will say something like, Sheikh, I have doubts. Why? The Prophet married Aisha when she was 6. And that is one of the things that he goes, ah! and freaks out and talks about how they're a full-blown apostate. And so it's like, yeah. It's so sad that that people having genuine moral concerns because they're created by a moral God is then pushed back on as, you know, watch out. The last time somebody asked questions about this or had concerns about this or thought about this at all, you know, they were a kafir. So watch out. Don't do that. So I asked the chat the same question about Sneeko as we did about Andrew Tate, which is Sneeko a true Muslim? 82% say no, 18% say yes. I would say that he wants to be. I don't think he's going to like it once he dives in. So that would be my thoughts on it. I think he will eventually reject Islam once he actually looks at the sources, or he'll just close his eyes and dive in, though by what he is saying, it doesn't seem like that would sit well with him long term. So I have one more example here, and this is a rather interesting fellow, if you guys do not recognize him. See what he has to say about Islam and who actually teaches it.
Don't understand what the devil or Satan really is because you guys have never seen evil or looked at it in the face. I've done those rituals and I've spoke to the things that you are afraid of. And when you do real occult rituals correctly, these spirits are bound to tell the truth. They can't.
Okay, if you're doing occult rituals, who are the ones who taught you how to do the occult rituals? Oh, that would be the demons. Oh, so the demons told you how to do occult rituals in such a way that would teach you to make them tell you the truth.
This is going to be interesting. I have no idea who this guy is or what he's going
You
to say.
serious? He's like a pagan cult guy that promotes Islam. This is actually a really old video of his. I had to dig into the past to pull this one up, but this was a requested one. But yeah, he's a demon worshiper. He is someone who is using the occult. And he's basically saying, hey, when you do these occult rituals, if you do them right, like they're taught to you by the demons, then the demons won't lie to you. Yeah. And he honestly believes this stuff.
Can't lie to you. They're not lesser demons. They're not evil jinn. It is completely different. And you know what happens when you do these rituals correctly and you speak to these spirits? They teach you the fucking Quran. And this is why pride is the most dangerous of all sins, because it blinds you from the truth. You're not able to.
Oh my gosh. He just said, I know this is, I don't know if this is what he means or not, but what he just said is that the Quran is the speech of demons.
I know. They teach you the Quran. Demons teach you the Quran when you do rituals taught to you by demons in order to summon demons. The demons then teach you about the Quran. And how does that differ from what I'm saying about the Quran?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, I mean, to the extent that the Islamic narratives have any truth in them whatsoever, it appears that Muhammad was attacked by a demon in a cave. And then he turned in from a normal, perhaps even better than average citizen to the worst example in his own society, not just in like compared to modern morals that we're not allowed to compare him against or something. But like in his own society, he did all the things that were considered wrong. So I'm not disagreeing. Let's take him at face value that, you ask the demon, you command the demons to speak to you, and they're not allowed to lie. And then they teach you the Quran. Well, I mean, teaching the Quran isn't lying, strictly speaking. Like, even if it's not true, it's not lying. Like, I could teach Eric what the Quran says, and I wouldn't be a liar automatically. So I'm not quite sure he understands his own argument exactly. But that is hilarious because it does seem to fit with my understanding of what actually happened based on my understanding of Christianity and my understanding of the Islamic sources.
And there are other videos on his channel that he specifically continues to double down on this. This is the concept he wants to put forth, that yes, demons do teach you the Quran. And this is supposed to be some sort of proof that Islam is true.
This is a reason to believe in the Quran.
So, and I mean, look at, he's not a small time individual. This is not like someone with like 4,000 subscribers, 400. He's got an influence. He's got a following. I don't know how many of those people are laughing, waiting for the next joke to come out from him. But there's at least some people, I guarantee you, that are definitely looking at him as a leader in this regard. So again, be careful. I might go through some of his videos. I mean,
was he wearing a cross in some of the most recent ones?
It's like a sword.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a sword. And of course, he goes off on, of course, Jesus must have been a Muslim because Muslim means to submit to God. And I'm like, okay, so can you submit to one of the Hindu gods and then therefore you are a Muslim? No. No, that's not how that works.
Well, I mean, this guy is submitting to occult magic. So I guess he's a Muslim, right? He's submitting to something.
Cult, he mixes it between the two, mix and match. Yeah, it's very dangerous stuff. Truth Defenders points out, well, a demon taught Muhammad his Quran. According to the sources, yes. Yes, definitely.
I mean, even according to the Quran, right? One of the surahs is supposed to be the literal speech of jinn, which is also the literal speech of Allah somehow. So, and in case you don't understand, right? In case there are people who aren't all that familiar with Islam, jinn are the Islamic equivalent of angels/demons. Some are good, some are bad, but they're the same class of being. And here we go. We got the jinns saying bad, or saying the words of Allah. So apparently the Quran is from jinn.
It's funny that you bring that up because I was actually thinking about the Surah of the Jinn as well a little bit ago when he was talking about all this, because I was like, that'd be an interesting silly J one to be like, hey ChatGPT, is the Quran written by Allah or jinn? Answer in one question. But yeah, genuinely, I mean, Muhammad is even questioned at one point by a woman who says, I have not seen your Satan with you for several days.
Yeah.
And at that point, he doesn't say, oh, whatever, like, Satan's not with me. He responds by getting a revelation that is in the Quran to this day, by the way, that is essentially, fear not, Muhammad, I have not forsaken you or left you. And so that's his response to saying, hey, I haven't seen Satan with you. What's up? He's like, oh, don't worry. Allah is still here. Not like in opposition to Satan, but like that is the Satan. And he recognizes that, which is wild. I really don't understand like where the breakdown is between like the Christian understanding of this and the Muslim lack of understanding in this. This seems like a huge deal to me. I don't understand why this isn't more of a big deal to them.
It's because it comes out of the paganism that was around Muhammad. He adopted it, incorporated it, made a mix between Christianity, his understanding of Christianity, his understanding of Judaism, and the paganism that was around him. And that's where you get Islam. Well, he also mixed in all of his personal sexual desires, which get creepy, but we won't dive into that today. So I guess in grand conclusion, if we're looking back at the people that we went over, we had Malcolm X, which I believe, just looking at the sources, he was lied to, he was manipulated, he was sold a bunch of goods, and unfortunately ended up dying for them by the hands of Muslims. After that, we have Muhammad Ali, which again was lied to, and I don't know if he died a Muslim or not, but to my understanding, he did. Mike Tyson, again, was sold a bunch of goods, lied to, because, again, he has no understanding what the Islamic source is actually saying. He's just parroting things. And, again, these are examples to the West, and they've influenced people to think that that's what Islam teaches when it doesn't actually. And then we have Sneeko, which, again, I think was lied to and has been brought into this. But I still have hope that he might be able to survive this and get out of it. Andrew Tate, on the other hand, I think he is the outlier of our track of individuals. I think he's just there to use Islam and the Muslims as long as it is something that he thinks will be productive for him, and then we'll drop them as soon as possible. I don't think he actually believes any of it or is trying to believe any of it. Those would be my insights into this panel. Do you have anything to add?
I would say that in better understanding kind of the situation, it might be good to go back to a previous stream or to do another stream, Eric, with the man who has publicly professed how he fell into this whole Islam trap of, Islam is the black man's religion, and his experience with Islam and how he has thanked us and said essentially, like, if I would have had something like this, back when I was becoming a Muslim, I wouldn't have. And so really understanding the gravity of the situation, the lies that are being put forth, the people that are being deceived, and the gratitude also that they have when they find the truth and they're being pulled out of the lies. I think that's really important to understand, especially for all of those of you who may be questioning, what should I be doing about sharing the truth with others? Does this even matter? What if they don't want to hear what I have to say? The gospel matters. The truth matters. Christ matters. And if you know that he has transformed your life and that you appreciate his love for you, do you want others to be able to have that relationship with him as well? And what can you be doing to help with that? As Joey was saying, I mean, there's obviously a lack of people in so many spheres, so to borrow their phrase, that the emphasis seems to be more on the secular worldly mindsets. And so coming in with a voice for Christ is so important, regardless of the situation, but everybody has their calling. So I highly recommend you turn to God and see where he's leading you in these things.
Thaddeus, you want to add anything?
I'd just say that today's stream was a good reminder for me personally. I think it's something that's very easy to get caught up in when you do this kind of work, that, we focus so much on intellectual arguments. We focus so much on, saying, in our case, Islam is wrong for these reasons, but, other Christians focusing on other things. Atheism is wrong for this reason, or socialism is wrong for this reason, or whatever, right, that you're focusing on. You say it's wrong for these intellectual reasons, and those arguments are true, those arguments are valid, and they are helpful. They're useful. They accomplish something, but by and large, they don't convert people, right? Because it's really ultimately a matter of the heart, and we need to learn and remember that we need to speak to the heart and not just the mind. That even if we give the perfect proof that Christianity is true and that God is good and all this, all we've accomplished is what every demon already knows, right? They already know that Christianity is true, that God is real at a far more personal level than we do as human beings, and yet it doesn't make any difference. And we need to remember that we need to speak to people's needs, right? Who people are. And I think that what all these stories, with, like you said, the possible exception of Andrew Tate, what they show is that when people need something and people speak to that, it doesn't really matter whether it's true or not. It's very easy to take someone in. And that's kind of how Islamic apologetics, or at least Islamic dawah, has always worked, right? Figure out what the person wants and promise them that. In a different context, I heard a Christian preacher basically saying, if your goal is to have the largest church possible, right? He's speaking to people who are in seminary, attract the most people, just figure out what your community wants and say, the answer is Jesus, right? Jesus gives you this, right? And he's not giving that as advice, but the point is actually a valid one. Right. And I'm not saying that we should deceive people, right? Islam does this by deceiving people, and I'm certainly not saying we should do that. But we do need to remember that people have needs. They don't just want the intellectual truth. They also want an answer for their lives. And fortunately, Christianity does actually speak to that. It's not always what a person thinks they want, but it is always what a person actually wants and what a person actually needs, because we're all created in the image of God. We're all created in such a way that we're incomplete without an understanding of God and a relationship with Him. And we feel that at some level, right? Perhaps we're able to suppress it and distract ourselves. I'm not suggesting that, every atheist or non-Christian is out there super depressed all the time and they just need someone to come and say, oh, I know what the solution to that is. Often people are very good at deceiving themselves and so on and so forth. But at some level, everyone has that need. Everyone has that desire, and we need to learn how to speak to that desire, not through tricking people into thinking that, pretending that Christianity has whatever carnal need they desire, but rather we need to learn how to speak to their actual real desires that they may not even realize they have themselves.
Yep. Joey, you want to add something?
No, I think that was really well said. I agree.
Cool.
I don't think it's easy, and I
think
it'll be frustrating, and I don't think that's a super popular apologetic methodology currently, but I'll work on that.
Well, if we wanted to be popular, all we would have to do at this point is convert to Islam, and we would be immediately extremely popular. Definitely L. Because, sorry guys, just to let you know, she's the prettiest one on this panel.
That's true. However, men are, so they like the women converts, right? But they also don't want the women converts giving dawah necessarily. So, us guys have an advantage too. But I agree that any grifter who wants to, as long as you're not black. If you're black, sorry, the option's not really available to you. But any other person who wants to get popular real quick on social media, just announce that you're a Christian. It doesn't matter if you actually are or not, by the way. You can still say it. I'm a Christian, and I've been looking into Christianity, trying to understand my religion, and it's not making a lot of sense. So I'm going to start looking at the Quran and looking at Islam, and I'm just going to take a deep journey over the next several months. And then all the Muslims will tune in and they'll be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then you just go with whatever they tell you. It doesn't matter what they tell you. Just go with whatever they tell you. And then after the period of waiting, you say, I've come to the conclusion that Islam is the truth. And I'm just going to be doing videos on how great Islam is. And then all of a sudden you get a huge pile of donations and, You just can continue. As long as you don't let your guard down and accidentally admit that you don't believe in Islam, you're good. Of course, I'm not suggesting anyone actually do that. I'm just saying that Muslims in general are very desperate for Western converts, right? And people who they can look to and say, you came from a Christian nation. You were probably a pastor and a priest at the same time. And therefore you must be super smart and you have determined Islam's the truth because you were an honest person. And they'll eat it up no matter how, and you don't have to make good arguments, right? That's crystal clear. You can say the dumbest things. You can say things that no sane person should ever say. And as long as it's in support of Islam, you'll get it. Exactly. Muslim cowboy, right?
Muslim cowboy is an exact example.
And I don't know if he's personally a grifter. I don't have a strong opinion about him, but a lot of these other people, including Lily J, who we just referenced, who hasn't converted to Islam, but, obviously grifting. There's no way she believes the crap she's putting out. Like, she'll just, whatever some Dawa person tells her is something to say, she'll just say it, and then all the Muslims will be like, oh, look, ChatGPT, AI, it's all true. And it's such a grift. I mean, she didn't even try to hide it, really. She's like, oh, if I get 20,000 likes, I'll say a shahada.
Yeah, no.
Or whatever number it was exactly. I mean, she literally did that, right? She really literally put out a tweet saying, if I get enough likes on my next video, I'll say a shahada, or record myself saying a shahada. And the question is, well, are you actually converting to Islam, or you're just saying some words? I guess she didn't get enough, though, because that didn't come out. So,
nope, never did. So,
let's try harder.
Elle, what do you have coming up that you would like to mention?
Well, in opposition to the advice to tell everyone you're converting to Islam, I'm going to tell you that it's impossible to convert to Islam. And continue showing that according to Islam, everyone was born Muslim, but not a single person alive is Muslim. According to Islam, Muhammad, Allah, you, me, we're all apostates from Islam, and we will never match up. Yet in Christianity, we recognize that we are all sinners that fall short of our Savior, and we need him, but he has been willing to make the sacrifice for us to restore us in our relationship with him. So stay tuned for my apostasy series. Somebody in the chat who's really good at links, you could probably pull that up. I do have a playlist currently for my apostasy series. Since I've already done a handful of videos on apostasy, I threw those into the same playlist as well because I think they'd be helpful. Including one specifically on Sneeko, several dealing with Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab, and then one that I just released not too long ago, kind of setting the groundwork for why this matters so much, establishing that absolutely, according to the sources, apostasy is a death sentence, and walking through the necessary solution. So, yep, that's what's going on. That, and stay tuned for conference stuff, because Lord willing, we will have that information to you guys soon.
Yep, I plan on doing a live stream on that whenever we have just an open Q&A on the conference, whenever we have that sign up ready to go and the donations ready to go. So, Thaddeus, what do you got coming up?
Very good question. I have a video that will be publicly released tomorrow. We'll be on members early access here in a couple minutes. I needed to finish up the thumbnail, and someone invited me into a live stream, so I didn't have a chance to do it, but I'll finish up the thumbnail in the next 10 or 15 minutes, put it on members early release, and then public tomorrow on update on my situation, on my legal battles and whatnot. So that'll be the very next thing. Later this week, be live streaming on Hassan Piker, who is a political streamer from a Muslim background. He doesn't technically call himself a Muslim, but he had a recent debate and meltdown afterwards on the situation in Israel, showing that he's kind of like the ultimate dhimmi, right? Because he doesn't claim to be a Muslim, but he's still very enthusiastic about supporting anything related to terrorism. Let's put it that way. Very humorous material, very much hitting mainstream discussion, like not even political discussion, just outside of his own sphere. And so we're going to be looking at that with Mary later this week.
Cool. Look forward to it. Joey, do you got anything that you want to highlight other than speaking at the conference, which you definitely will be doing?
I'm hungry and I want Taco Bell. That's all I can think of.
Tacos. Hey, Truth Defenders, we have a friend for you. You get tacos, although he refers to Taco Bell as being fake tacos, but that'll do. I mean, if you don't, fake tacos are better than no tacos. Let's be honest here.
Amen.
So for myself, I know that tomorrow, at least at this point tomorrow, so Friday, we will be I'll be joining Hatun on her channel for a review of a movie called Kingdom of Heaven. We did do a review on John's channel about it, but we're going to be hitting it again because it needs to be revisited and focused on because, well, it's garbage. It's a bunch of hot garbage. But we will dive on into that definitely from the historical standpoint. And then Saturday, I will be doing a live stream on Raymond Ibrahim's book, talking about the defenders of the West, the Christian heroes that stood against Islam. I will be giving away copies of that book during that live stream, so make sure you guys tune into that, if for no other reason than to get a copy of the book. It's a really good one, and I think it is very, very good for people to be reading in this day and age. So those are what I will be hitting up next. And of course, you can check my channel out for the list of live streams that I'll be doing until the end of August, because I like booking live streams out, at least to some regard. So, but in our grand conclusion, I think that everyone's intent here, and it's the same for me, our intent is that every Muslim comes to know Christ as their personal Lord and Savior. That way that they will be able to have a full life in Christ and enter into the kingdom of heaven with us. We want everyone to do that and none to enter into the gates of hell. But we can only point the way. That's all we can do. And I will leave you guys here with a wonderful message from Ali Dawah and Sal. But as always, DS Vault.
Please don't accept Islam. Islam says kill, destruction, murder. Please don't accept Islam. Islam says beat your wives up. Beat your wives up. Please don't accept Islam. Islam says you have 4 wives. 4 wives. Please don't accept Islam. Islam says this and that about women. That woman has no right.
The most important argument is, go to the origin and the source of these religions. Let me compare Jesus with Muhammad. Let me compare Jesus' life with Muhammad. Let me compare the apostles' lives with Muhammad's companions. And there is no comparison. It's day and night. The fruit of Jesus in the lives of those who knew him was love one another unconditionally. But then I see the fruit of Muhammad and his companions: chaos, disunity, slander, murder.
Islam says kill, destruction, murder. Kill, destruction, murder. Islam says kill, destruction, murder. Kill, destruction, murder. Kill. Islam says please don't accept Islam. Islam says kill, destruction, murder. Please don't accept Islam. Islam says beat your wives up. Beat your wives up. Please don't accept Islam. Islam says you have 4 wives. 4 wives. Please don't accept Islam. Islam says this is better than a woman. A woman has no right. Please don't accept Islam. Islam said kill, destruction, murder. Please don't accept Islam. Islam said beat your wife up. Beat your wife up. Please don't accept Islam. Islam said you got 4 wives. 4 wives. Please don't accept Islam.
Allahu Akbar.